Well, good morning, everyone. Good to have you with us today, and a welcome to those of you that are joining us online. Great to have you with us today as well. Our meeting today will be translated simultaneously into Spanish. Paul, you're going to be giving the instructions to those who want to listen in Spanish, correct?
Yes, I will.
Could you go ahead with that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank
Muy
you.
buenos días. Esta reunión se va a transmitir también simultáneamente en el idioma español. En la parte baja de su pantalla, si ustedes acceden a esta reunión vía Zoom, van a ver un globo terráqueo, le hacen un clic al globo terráqueo e inmediatamente escogen la opción Spanish por español e inmediatamente ustedes van a recibir esta conversación en el idioma español. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. If you'll join me now for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Josh, could you do the roll call for us this morning?
Yes, sir. Rachel Arizmendi,
Present.
Don Cameron,
Here.
Janae DaCosta, Mike Gallo,
Here.
Eric Holst, Glenda Humiston, Julia Jackson, Bryce Lundberg, David Mancera,
Here.
Michelle Pissarro, Doria Robinson,
Here.
Frank Salazar, Joy Sterling, Patricia Stock, Chris Valadez.
Here.
Mr. President, we do not have a quorum, but I know that several members are en route.
Very good, Josh. Hopefully they can get through the traffic. I'd like to also at this time congratulate the members that were recently reappointed. So good to have all of you here. And I hope you enjoy the next years on your term. We have the minutes from the February 13th, 2024 meeting have been sent out. We really can't approve them because we don't have a quorum. Sorry about that. And let's see, Michelle is not here. Secretary, would you like to do the departmental update at this time?
Yes, and I will be brief because I have asked staff who is going to give you an update on our fruit fly situation because it's such a big issue this year, but I appreciate the opportunity. So we just finished celebrating Black History Month. And the last video we posted was on Friday of last week. And it was so much fun to go out to Woodland for that piece of land that's been acquired with support from the state. And just to see the excitement that people have around that. So that was great. And this month is Women's History Month. We posted yesterday some pretty impressive numbers about the numbers of women farmers and operators in this state. And today, I'm really looking forward to interviewing my very good friend and the former Secretary of USDA and the former Secretary of CDFA and the former Executive Director of UNICEF, Ann Veneman from Modesto, California. How about that? It's in the water, all those leaders coming at it there, right? So I wanted to touch on a couple of things. One, just a reminder for everyone that our Farm to School grant program is open right now, and that will rapidly come to a close on April 5th. Farm to School staff are doing a lot of engagements in the districts. Now that we have regional navigators, making these connections between schools and the farmers, hosting roundtable discussions, helping to make sure that this system can really work. And so that, you know, when there might be fewer grant dollars, we have an infrastructure that's been built out that's really connecting community around this fabulous idea of institutional procurement. And so I wanted to remind you about that. And then to also note that the First Partner and I did a farm to school tour outside of Lodi a few weeks ago and just really heard about what a remarkable difference it makes, as well as Nick Anisich, Diana Gonzalez from the First Partners Office, and myself were in Washington, D.C. last Tuesday for the White House Challenge on Hunger and Nutrition. It's a great event. It was hosted by the Second Gentleman, and the Farm to School program was one of 4 that was chosen to do a little exhibit upstairs for the dignitaries who were speakers. And when I spoke to Secretary Vilsack, the first thing he said was, "Your staff did a great job on the display," which just happened to be citrus because it is citrus harvest time. And the secretary told me that he tasted a kumquat for the first time. And that actually, it was pretty good. It was California grown. I just want to put that on the record, okay? California Jobs for All has finally kicked off. There is a very strong workforce development plank in that for farm workers. So we're anxious to see what kind of proposals we get on that. But it was a great conference. I was able to stop by just one day, ran into a lot of friends that are working on this, and just seeing the momentum around this new inclusive way for regional communities to come together with all perspectives to share a vision that then informs economic development. That's not a traditional way of doing economic development, but it's really putting people and jobs and community benefits first. And we'll follow up with, I'm not going to steal the thunder of the people who will be presenting today, but on Friday of last week, I was at UC Merced as one of many speakers on Roads to Removal, which is a report that was done by Lawrence Livermore Labs a year ago. And it's really identifying waste streams, which we're just calling byproduct streams, that could be repurposed for another value. And there's so much momentum around these ideas. Natural working lands are very much a piece of that, and the carbon that we can sequester in our soils, but also thinking about the biomass that comes out of growing food, of cows, as well as food processing and beverage processing in the state, which we're leaders in, and how those have values to them. We just need to find ways to capture that. You'll hear a lot more about that from the Beam Circular Initiative today. So that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm also going to say that Bar 20 Dairy is stealing my thunder, because I was going to mention, comment letters were due on some of the proposals from U.S. Treasury on waste streams to hydrogen and what qualifies or not for some of those tax credits. And so it's very timely that we're going to hear from Bar 20 today. I want to compliment again our Division of Weights and Measures. We have a new division director there, Kevin Schnepp, and he was instrumental, and I really appreciate his leadership. We were able to, in a fairly short period of time, do all of the testing that was necessary that will help Tesla open up its charging network to be open to other car manufacturers and the devices that will be available to use for that. That's a big step forward in the whole infrastructure for electrifying our transportation grid. Well, also, lastly, wanted to touch on, we have a new SPM director. We're very hopeful that in the very near future, he could be a speaker here at the department, at the state board meeting. And then this month, I had an opportunity to speak at the Urban Water Institute down in Palm Springs, which was very interesting to hear some of the challenges that they see that agriculture presents to water reliability in the state. So that was very fun. And also spoke to students at UC Davis, the Ag Leadership Program, and Cal Poly just yesterday. So I always enjoy that. That's the way to charge my batteries. And this past month, we had now that we have a formal standing committee for small scale agriculture advisory committee, as well as our BIPOC advisory committee, that's all very active. And then at some point, we'll want to hear from some of the folks that are also serving on the Land Equity Task Force, because I know you had a long meeting. Was that a week ago or 2 weeks ago, Dory? Yeah. So a lot of stuff going on with that. So today we have in the room our interim director of the plant division, Dr. Andy Klein, otherwise known as the Beetle Guy, but he has been sick and is losing his voice. So he's delegated to his interim assistant director, Joshua Kress, who's going to give us just a quick update on the fruit fly activity. Great staff. Everyone's so committed to this, and the coordination at the federal, state, local government role, the cooperation of our residents, cooperation working with industry is just a real testament to the dedication of the staff. So I really appreciate you being here, Josh. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Yeah, so as Secretary Russ mentioned, my name is Joshua Kress. I'm the Chief of the Pest Exclusion Branch of the Plant Health Division. Hopefully all can hear me okay. Please let me know. We just have a very brief update on the invasive fruit fly situation here in California. We presented at the board a more comprehensive presentation a few months ago. So this is just kind of a very quick high-level update on where we're at right now and some of the additional activities that have been ongoing. So Josh, if you want to move forward to the next slide and actually go ahead and go one more. So just a quick reminder, the fruit flies that we're talking about are the ones that you see here on the screen. These are not, Drosophila fruit flies. These are invasive fruit flies. We've got a number of different species that we're concerned with. The groupings that you see here are actually based off of the detection methods. So Oriental peach and guava fruit fly are attracted by methyl eugenol. So we used one type of trap and one type of eradication method for them. Tau and Queensland fruit fly or Q-lure attracted. And so each of these different fruit flies has a slightly different protocol associated with them. But these are the flies that are regularly intercepted in California. You'll see a cross through Mexican fruit fly. We did not have any Mexican fruit fly detections last year, thankfully, but we did have detections for the others. And so I'll have a little bit more information on kind of where we ended the year on that. So Josh, if you want to go to the next slide. Thank you. As we presented, this is just a slight update from the last presentation that we did. So again, just a quick reminder. Yes. No worries. So a quick reminder that we see detections of invasive fruit flies every year. There's a constant pressure of the movement of invasive fruit flies into California via smuggled fruits, fruits coming in through cargo or through unmarked packages in the mail. And so we do get interceptions on a regular basis. We have over 100,000 traps placed as our baseline that are serviced statewide year-round looking for invasive fruit flies. And so we do get interceptions, about 75 every year. We did see a significant drop in 2020 when the international passenger travel ceased during the start of the pandemic. However, we did start to see an increase and going up into 2022, where we actually had a higher than average year with over 100 detections. However, as you can see here, 2023 was much higher than an average year, just under 1,000 detections total, the vast majority of which were the Oriental peach and guava fruit flies. And I'll get into a little bit more detail on each of those in the next slide, where we can kind of keep on going here. So in response to all these detections, so again, as a quick reminder, depending on the number of detections that we get, if there's a single detection, we'll place additional delimitation traps around that find to see if there is an infestation. I believe we had over 50 individual finds where we just had a single find, placed additional delimitation traps, and did not have any additional flies detected in that area. But altogether statewide, we had over 30,000 additional delimitation traps that were placed in California in response to fines. When there is at least 2 flies that are detected, that will trigger eradication efforts and potentially quarantines. There are different quarantine triggers for each of the different species. So in response, CDFA and associated with USDA and the counties also placed an additional 25,000 eradication traps and service those traps for specifically Queensland and Tau fruit flies. And we've got the map of the quarantines on a couple slides in here. But again, these are in addition to our baseline 100,000 traps that we have placed every single year. We also did, in response to detections, hundreds of thousands of mat splats. So this is male attractant technique, where in response to those methyl eugenol attracted flies, we do kind of like basically a splat that contains methyl eugenol along with the pesticide, organic pesticide spinosad, and we'll do mat splats on basically telephone poles and other areas in the area around the find. And so we again use hundreds of thousands of mat splats in response to the detections for the methyl eugenol attracted flies. In addition, for all invasive fruit flies, we also use a GF120 spinosad bait station, which again has an attractant and then utilizes an organic formulation of spinosad, and tens of thousands of those base stations were placed in trees or surrounding detection sites. And then, of course, for MedFly, we utilize a sterile insect technique where we release sterile males over the LA basin. However, in response to the quarantine that's been established in the city of Los Angeles, we increased the level of sterile males that are being released in that area. It says millions. I think that's probably a low estimate. It's probably billions, but we'll keep looking at the actual numbers. But yes, we released a large quantity of fruit flies over the LA basin there. And we'll keep on going, Josh. Thank you. So again, we did have 7 locations in the state of California where we did trigger quarantines. They were with regards to 4 different species. So 1 quarantine each in Southern California for towel fly, Queensland fruit fly, and medfly. The towel fly and Queensland fruit fly are the first ever quarantines in the Western Hemisphere for those fruit flies. And then the other 4 quarantines were due to detections of Orionale fruit fly, 3 in Northern California and 1 in Southern. And again, we'll have the map on the next page. As you can see here, those 7 quarantines encompassed over 1,200 square miles of area statewide. In response to that, our staff have issued to date, again, from the start of those quarantines last spring until now, over 2,500 compliance agreements have been signed with regulated entities within those quarantine areas. A huge number of those are in the MedFly quarantine area, which is in Los Angeles, just south of downtown, where there are large numbers of people that are selling and moving fruits and vegetables. Obviously not a big ag area, but definitely a lot of ag and a lot of regulated commodities that are moving through. That quarantine also includes the LAX International Airport. In addition, we've had over 100 meetings with growers to inform them of quarantine regulations and continue to schedule meetings and meet with growers that are in the affected areas on a daily basis. To date, over 110 million pounds of host fruit have been certified for movement to enable growers to continue to move their fruit safely from these quarantine areas. The vast majority of that was tomatoes last fall, moving out of the Orionale fruit fly quarantine in Contra Costa County. However, we're coming up on harvest seasons for citrus and cherries and a number of other commodities that are coming up. So that number certainly will be growing substantially in the coming months. And then, of course, innumerable number of pamphlets and flyers and other posts and other outreach materials that we've distributed. And we've got a little bit more detail on that in a couple slides here. But yeah, if you want to go to the next one. So this is a quick map of the quarantines as they currently stand. So you'll see on the right-hand side for Southern California, there are 2 that are in yellow. Again, those are the 2 quarantines that started in 2022 that we declared eradication in early 2023. We did not have any detections in either of those areas in 2023. However, all the quarantines that you see there in blue are due to our quarantines that were established in 2023. All of them are currently active. The earliest that we project any of those quarantines ending would be this May. So it's coming quick, but the longest would be that we're looking at continuing quarantine activities at the very least until July for some of these. The quarantines are established and they're maintained for at least 3 life cycles of the pest. Those life cycles are determined by degree days. So as over the winter, it gets cold. And so the flies are not as active and don't reproduce as quickly. And so that extends out that time frame that we can actually be able to be sure that a generation would have occurred. And so that's why those quarantines extend over the winter. However, as the weather picks up, the weather warms up into the spring and into the summer, those generations move more quickly. The fly activity increases greatly. And so we'll see those generations start to pick up. But all regulatory activities are ongoing for all these quarantines. All eradication activities are ongoing for all these quarantines. We still have a lot of staff out in the field continuing to work. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Josh. So we have increased our outreach efforts considerably for these fruit flies. If you live in a quarantine area, hopefully you have seen a lot of additional information coming your way, whether on social media or out and about as you're moving around. So we did establish a new fruit fly landing page on CDFA's homepage. You can see it's in the image there. You come onto CDFA's main page and there's a quick link directly for fruit fly, for information for all of our existing fruit fly quarantines. We've also, in working with an outreach contractor, we've been able to put up a large amount of additional signage. So there's an example of one of the signs that we're utilizing out there in the field. We're putting signs out in, we've got yard signs, billboards, freestanding. There's a lot of information that we're trying to get out, especially in the Southern California quarantines that are still very active and where we were continuing to have detections up until a few weeks ago. We've also held a number of public and grower meetings, a large amount of paper and digital materials that have gone out, as well as both traditional and social media. We've had staff that have been engaging with both traditional media, conducting interviews and trying to get information out, as well as a lot of advertising on social media and others to try to make sure that residents are aware of the rules and restrictions and what's going on, and also to get their support in our activities, because we won't be able to eradicate without the support of the local residents. But we are still on track and expecting eradication. Yes. And I believe, Josh, I think we've got one more slide. So this is just very quickly on our, this is a very, very collaborative effort. I believe I mentioned the meeting last fall about the number of collaborators. That's certainly gone up since then. So due to the size, scale, and just the breadth of the quarantines that we're trying to attack here, we've actually had the pleasure of being able to mobilize staff from throughout CDFA and get support from all of our divisions, all of our branches, and really get a huge number of staff that have been able to come from all over the department and assist with these activities. We've certainly are always partners with county agricultural commissioners' offices, but even more so this year in getting the support and conducting local regulatory efforts, not just regulatory efforts, but actually trapping and outreach as well. For all of these quarantines. USDA has mobilized above and beyond what they normally do for these efforts. So these are always cooperative projects. However, with the flies that we were attacking this year, we actually had trappers coming in from USDA for the first time ever, as well as an incident management team that came in to help specifically with the San Bernardino, Riverside County, Oriental fruit fly quarantine area due to the size of that quarantine. We've had support and have been able to utilize California Conservation Corps for conducting activities in multiple quarantines, doing field work, doing host fruit removal surveys, things of that nature. And we've also utilized the Cooperative Agricultural Support Services Authority, or CAS, and getting their support as well, and continuing to do these very large efforts. So I believe that's the last slide, Secretary Russ. Do you have?
This is a gargantuan project with lots of moving parts, but you didn't mention specifically just the huge cooperation we've had from residents, because fruit stripping is a very important point in trying to end this life cycle of the pest. And so I think it's important to touch on that one.
Yes, absolutely. And so specifically for the San Bernardino Riverside County quarantine that's centered in the Redlands area, we've engaged and started a large scale fruit removal area, mandatory fruit removal area in areas surrounding where we've had larval detection sites. And so we've had mass notification to the residents there and have been bringing in hundreds of staff to and support not just of our staff, but of contractors and others to move through this area and try to remove as much fruit as possible. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers of residences that have been touched upon at this time. I believe it was over 2,000 residences that are potentially impacted by this effort. But yes, we've had incredible support from the community there, very, very little pushback. And again, thanks to the additional efforts that have been on the outreach side of it, what we're hearing back from staff is that when they show up to residences, the residents are aware of our efforts. They're familiar with it. They're supportive of our effort to eradicate these pests because they know of the ongoing problem that could cause.
Thank you.
And Josh, do you see the staff moving from fruit removal more to eradication as the season progresses, or how is that going to work?
Yeah, so well, all activities are currently ongoing. So we are currently continuing to do our baseline detection. We're continuing to do delimitation trapping. We're continuing to do larval survey in areas where there have been detection sites. All regulatory activities are continuing, but then yes, we are dedicating a large quantity of additional resources, outside resources, to this fruit removal effort. However, yes, we do anticipate continuing and really making sure that we're prepared on top of our delimitation trapping as the weather starts to pick up and activity starts to pick back up, but then that we're prepared for conducting additional treatments if there are additional detections in any of the quarantine areas. With the size of the quarantines that we're talking about, there's certainly a chance of additional detections. And so, yes, we're absolutely looking at resources and ensuring that we're going to be prepared to be able to conduct those area-wide treatments when there are additional detections.
Did you have a question?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
First, thank you for the information and all the great work you and everybody is doing in this kind of cross-collaborative approach. It's necessary. On the 1,000 or so adults intercepted data point that you identified for 2023, I'm wondering if you can tell us anything about, I'm trying to understand a little bit more, and I know we're still somewhat new about the effectiveness of the response thus far, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to read into. And so based on that statistic, is there a proportionality with regard to, most of those 1,000 adults are first generation, they're evident of this kind of wave that's continuing to come in versus, no, that's it's on second or third, generation or life cycle. So it's based on adults that came in, they mated, there is mating disruption technology that's being deployed, but most of those 1,000 seem to suggest fruit flies that were established, they mated. So that's a reestablished population or developed population. So I'm trying to understand, based on that one robust data point alone, what can we read into it with regard to kind of effectiveness of strategy thus far, based on kind of judging kind of ever-present pressure versus kind of the reproductive pressure, and how those two align as you're judging either continued or new deployment of new strategies to kind of keep these quarantines as limited as possible.
Yeah, no, appreciate the question. And so as far as there were a couple of questions, so as far as the genetic testing for the species, so again, that's all detections for all species, and that's also statewide. So we have 3 Orino fruit fly quarantines in Northern California where we have not had detections since late last fall. But it also includes, again, multiple other species in Southern California. So I can speak very briefly, and again, I'm going to talk very broadly because I'm not the entomologist in the room again. But with Orino fruit fly, it is a species complex. We do have good genetic testing for Orino fruit fly. However, with the number of detections, we're still conducting that genetic testing to determine which haplotypes, which biotypes that we're actually detected. And so that will give us a better idea, at the very least, of the genetic diversity of the finds that we've had. I can speak to that we have had a wide range of genetic diversity in the Orino fruit fly detections. However, what haplotypes were detected in what locations, that's something that we'll be continuing to look at in partnership with USDA to really try to get as much information as we can. Because as you mentioned, right now we're in the midst of trying to ensure eradication and making sure that we're dedicating all the necessary resources to be able to do that. However, we also do need to look at pathways and how, if there are additional pathways that have opened up, and if so, working with USDA and CBP to try to close those. So those conversations have started. I don't have anything to report at this point as far as where we're at on that. But again, right now, our main priority is ensuring eradication. However, pathway analysis and looking at potential pathways and trying to close those pathways is very much going to be a part of the solution, because we definitely don't want another year like 2023 coming up. Yeah.
Thank you for the update. And I thought my question was aligned with Chris when he was talking about first generation and second generation, but it's not. I was specifically thinking about your outreach, and in Orange County, has your outreach included multilingual cultural type of approaches, especially considering the communities that are there in Orange County?
Yes, absolutely. And so all of our outreach, we've been working very hard to ensure that all outreach materials are available at minimum in English and Spanish. However, we do work directly with local county ag commissioners to identify additional communities within those areas, try to make sure that we are actually reaching out to the affected communities. So for instance, in our Santa Clara, where we've had I believe, multiple repeat years with or in fruit fly quarantines in the communities there. We have worked with them to identify additional local communities and languages, and we've worked with them to develop specific outreach materials for those quarantines. And so, yeah, right now, our main priority is ensuring that all outreach materials are available in English and Spanish. However, again, we're continuing to work locally especially with our local county commissioners, who are the boots on the ground and are familiar with those communities, to determine and ensure that we can try to do outreach to all affected
And
stakeholders.
Rochelle, I just want to point out in Orange County, that's where a lot of our activity is around the citrus Wang Wang Bing. And so they are very proficient in identifying the appropriate outreach languages in that county for the citrus program.
And I was just going to offer, I mean, there are so many nonprofits and organizations, and if there's any way I can be of assistance to connect to those. There's just so many Asian languages that are prevalent in Orange County. I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure that outreach includes those
Absolutely.
communities.
I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, fingers crossed, we're fortunate. There's no active quarantines in Orange County at the moment, but again, that's part of the next phases of our outreach efforts, is to not just focus in on the currently highly active quarantines where we were continuing to get fines recently, but also expand out to all of our established quarantine areas, and then really making sure that we've got good outreach materials statewide, so that we're prepared not just for what we're dealing with now, but what we're dealing with in the future.
All right, any other questions from the board? Yeah. Josh, appreciate the update. I know you guys have been pedal to the metal for a long time here, and once it warms up, I'm sure it's going to continue. So probably why Andy doesn't have a voice. So. Always appreciate your updates online, and appreciate the information and all the work you guys do. So thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot to mention that we are winding down. I hate to say this publicly, on the high pathogenic avian influenza. So this division's been very busy, but our animal health division's been busy since last fall. None of them had a Christmas holiday. But we are very close to also being able to, this year's infestation, unlike last year's, really impacted laying hens. And so we've lost a large number of layers, which is a contributor to egg prices. And
Yeah.
it takes a while to be able to start to restock, but we're getting close on the first one. So really
That's-
appreciate industry's vigilance on that one. Thanks.
That is really good news.
Hope I didn't choose it.
So we're going to back up for a minute. Let's go ahead and approve the minutes, get that out of the way. We've got our quorum here. We have had the minutes mailed out to us or emailed out to us. We need a motion to approve. Joy? And a second?
Second.
Chris? Any discussion? Amendments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. All right, now we're gonna take a little diversion here. We have some guests from China with us today. We want to welcome you. Good to have you with us. And Michelle, I understand you're going to be doing a little introduction, but the guests are from China that work with the Nature Conservancy, with the Beijing Academy of Forestry and Landscape Architecture, the Beijing municipal government. So I'll let you take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think my colleagues arrived just about a week ago. So Weilai Li works for the Nature Conservancy in China in our Beijing office. And Dr. Cao is a partner who is affiliated with the Beijing Academy of Forestry and Landscape Architecture, which really informs and supports the Beijing municipal government there, forestry and parks. And Weilai Li is here for 3 weeks, and Dr. Cao is here for 2 months. And we are supporting just an exchange of information. They really are interested in understanding more about what California is doing on what we're calling nature-based climate solutions. And both Weilai and Dr. Cao are the project leads on a large-scale restoration project in Beijing around the Miyun watershed, which is the watershed and drinking water for Beijing. And so that project entails forest management and changes in forest management, restoration. It's also a biodiversity hotspot for migratory birds. There are also some extensive wetlands and agricultural lands there. In both of them, you know, later on I could certainly explain more. But we're trying to provide more information and just an exchange of ideas, learn from them, and also share a lot of the work that's going on here. And they're certainly interested in learning about what you know, the Department of Food and Agriculture is doing, and the board, and from the agricultural perspective. So thank you, and thanks for welcoming them.
Thank you, Michelle, and welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Great to have you here. All right, we're going to move into our first presentation of the day. We're going to be talking about the Resilient Food System Infrastructure, RFSI program. We have with us today Lauren McCauley from the California Department of Food and Ag. Trish Kelly from Valley Vision will join us via Zoom, and Tracy Cleo with UCANR also via Zoom. Lauren, good to have you with us, and we'll let you lead off the program. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me, Secretary, Board. My name is Lauren McCauley, and I am happy to do that. Is that better? Perfect. My name is Lauren McCauley, and I am the Program Manager for CDFA's Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Program, also known as RFSI. Next slide, please. So first of all, what is RFSI? RFSI is a new program this year. The purpose of RFSI is to create more and better processing options for local and regional producers. Projects should support infrastructure, either building new infrastructure or expanding existing infrastructure, or equipment purchases in the middle of the supply chain for California food and farm businesses and other eligible entities. Middle of the supply chain refers to activities in the processing, packaging, aggregation, and distribution stages of the supply chain. RFSI is a cooperative agreement rather than a grant agreement with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, so we are working very closely with our counterparts at USDA. We have approximately $30 million available to grant out to applicants, and the solicitation ended Monday, February 26th. A few notes on eligibility. Applicants must have a unique entity identifier, or UEI, be physically located in California, and meet Small Business Administration standards of small and mid-sized businesses. Applicants can be producers or processors, groups thereof, for-profit and nonprofit organizations, local and tribal governments and institutions. And activities, as I mentioned, must support the middle of the supply chain, which does mean that growing, harvest, kind of stage 1, and then retail and consumer focused stage 4 activities are excluded from RFSI. Commodities must be food commodities, and meat, poultry, and wild-caught seafood are excluded. Next slide, please. The long list here of activities that fit in the middle of the supply chain. I won't read them all, but they included, as I mentioned, packaging, processing, creating value-added products, and then anything involving tracking, storage or cold storage, warehousing, and or distribution of crops and or products, again, excluding distribution direct to consumer. Also included are projects that enhance worker safety and or education in the above or similar activities, and modernizing, developing, or expanding, including purchasing, equipment or facilities used for the above or similar activities. Next slide, please. There are 2 tracks for the RFSI. The first, track 1, is the infrastructure grant. These are for larger, more complex projects that expand capacity and infrastructure for the aggregation, processing, manufacturing, storing, transporting, wholesaling, or distribution of these targeted agricultural products. They are subject to matching fund requirements, with reduced match requirements for historically underserved, disadvantaged, women-owned, or veteran-owned entities. And the award amount ranges from $100,000 to $3 million requested in federal funds. After the public comment period, we also worked with USDA to add the Track 2 Equipment Only Grant, also known as the Simplified Equipment Only Grant, which can be used for one equipment purchase only, has no matching funds requirements, and has an award amount of $10,000 to $100,000. And as implied by the name Simplified, does have a more streamlined application as well. Next slide. CDFA was able to provide extensive application assistance over the course of the solicitation period. We had 3 webinars, 7 office hours offered weekly throughout the bulk of the solicitation period. We created a number of documents and videos which were posted to the CDFA RFSI website, which had nearly 1,400 views on those videos during the application time. We also conducted extensive Q&A. We had 5 rounds of published questions and answers. And I'd like to give special recognition to the brand new RFSI analyst team because we had over 540 contacts to answer questions. So we probably answered more than 1,000 questions, counting all the phone calls and emails and such, individually answered to applicants by CDFA RFSI staff. And our staff was also able to provide guidance in Spanish as well to applicants who emailed in or called in speaking Spanish. Currently, CDFA is pursuing technical assistance contracts with providers to assist applicants in obtaining a UEI, grant execution, grant management, record retention, invoicing, etc. Next slide, please. Since the grant closed last week, we are able to see how it went, and we're thrilled that we are very heavily subscribed. For infrastructure grants, we had 127 applications requesting just under $144 million in federal funds with just over $106 million in matching funds. So the total project costs there are just under $250 million. 58% of those qualified for the reduced match requirements. Then moving on to the equipment only grants, we had 172 applications requesting just over $14 million in federal funds. So in total, 299 applications with a request of approximately $158 million. So we'll be moving on to the review.
And how much again do we have available?
We have approximately 30 million.
I'd say we're oversubscribed. That is very
Little bit.
typical of all of our grant programs.
And the goal we stated in our request for proposals was to fund between 23 million for infrastructure grants and between 7 and 8 million for equipment only. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Well, and one thing, if I could add, that makes this program special too, is it's very rare that the USDA actually gives direct grant funding to growers and producers. And this is one of the few times that federal funds could be used in that case. So the equipment only option is very important.
Definitely. Individuals being able to apply, individuals that haven't, become a for-profit organization, they're usually earlier in their business journey. And also being able to make capital improvements is quite rare with the federal funds. So being able to build these infrastructure buildings, purchase equipment, we're really excited to bring this opportunity to California.
I just want to say this is so complimentary to Farm to School and the power of procurement because healthcare is the next frontier.
Definitely.
Yeah, that really is amazing. To have a program that come up that quick and be oversubscribed to that degree, pretty amazing. So I'm kind of curious, is this going to be an ongoing program? Is it going to be continuing funding, or is this a one and done?
That's a question for Congress. And by the way, I was on the phone early this morning with Congressman Costa, who sends his regards to the board. I forgot about that.
At this time, USDA has informed us that RFSI will be one-time funding.
Dave has his.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the matching funds. So at what point in that process are those funds to be matched? Like, is the farmer supposed to invest first?
We did provide the option for pre-award matching funds at the applicant's risk because some of them need to get started now, or for the infrastructure projects to be feasible, to be completed during the grant duration, they need to be doing, you know, contracting with
Okay.
the construction companies, et cetera. However, that's not required. We only provided that as an option, effectively that they don't waste that match before USDA announce awards in the fall. We anticipate a proportional match. So if they are awarded funding, they bill us for 100,000 and they're at a 50% match, they would be expected to provide 100,000 in match over that same invoicing time.
Is that cash or cash
Cash or in kind.
in kind? Right, good.
And it's, the match is based on the total project cost. So if it's 50%, it's effectively 1-to-1. But the 58% that did qualify for reduced match, they have a 25% match.
I do have a follow-up
Please.
question. Geographically, where are these applications coming from?
We haven't gotten that
Okay.
yet.
Well, you can update us later in the year. How's that?
Definitely.
Good news.
Yep.
Except there's a lot of disappointments.
I have one question related to the funding. First of all, I want to say this is a wonderful program. It's fantastic. And I was thinking about the track 2 with equipment, and given that there's such a, you know, demand for, you know, the funding, and there's so much to be allocated for, where are you going to put your priorities in terms of granting the money? Are you targeting precision, climate smart technologies, or it will be a mixture of different options?
So climate smart technologies is one of the program priorities. We did decide to earmark, again, that 7 to 8 million for equipment only, because we did want these smaller organizations that aren't quite ready to handle the infrastructure grant, or just don't have the need for a $1 million project, but could really benefit from it. For example, a delivery van or a cold storage unit, et cetera.
Wasn't FSMA also a priority to help small farmers on compliance issues? Food safety
Yes,
modernization.
yes.
Oh, good, because my heart just stopped there. Thank you.
Yes, food safety modernization. And for the scoring rubric, we will be providing a few additional points in the scoring rubric for applicants that are either or are serving those underrepresented communities as well.
Thank you.
But we plan to keep to at least that split. So we will be able to fund a greater percentage of the equipment only than the infrastructure grants, for sure.
Chris, you had a quick one?
So as you identify, and I think the grant tries to size for, you know, 100,000 up to 3 million, right? Because some post-harvest processes can be very capital intensive. So I think you guys have fit that fairly well. But the question I have as part of maybe the review process, now that you have a market and applications have been submitted. So for example, if you're looking at a smaller business which wants to can or get into a value-added market, and they want to buy a piece of equipment or develop out their infrastructure in order to hit, you know, a retail or whomever that fourth leg customer is, how or to what extent can you evaluate their wherewithal, I guess I'll put it that way, or the likelihood that they'll have a sufficient market, right? So that, you know, where somebody has a substantial need and a real likelihood that if the grant were to be for the $3 million to help them on a packaging line, as an example, that you guys within the process are able to adequately evaluate that to help them to actually get to that next step, so that success is also measured by their ability to post-grant actually hit the market and hopefully thrive. How do you know, it's impossible to predict, but how are you evaluating that potential wherewithal as part of this kind of front end lens?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. And I'll speak very briefly to the general review. So right now we're doing kind of a very basic eligibility review. Are they in the middle of the supply chain? Are they working with eligible commodities? Of course, we received some applicants that would like RFSI funding for harvest activities. Unfortunately, that doesn't fit the eligibility review. Once that's completed, we will move on to a technical review with a technical review committee, and they will be asked to judge feasibility and impact as well, in addition to the scoring rubric listed in the RFP. As an example, I can think of a case where we might receive 2 wonderful applications to do canning facilities down the street from each other, and it wouldn't really make sense for RFSI to fund both of those. So we would ask the technical review committee to use their expertise to help us evaluate, that feasibility and the impact of the projects. Unfortunately, with the amount of applications we got for the infrastructure grants, we will be funding 15 to 20% of them. So I'm very confident we'll be able to select excellent proposals that submitted good documentation. We asked them, if you have construction documents, please submit them. If you have quotes, please submit them. If you have letters of support, please submit them, and that will all be taken into account.
All right, Lauren, thank you. Very
Thank you.
impressive program.
Thank you, everyone.
We're going to move on to our next speaker. We have Trish Kelly with us. She is the Managing Director of Valley Vision, a civic leadership organization dedicated to improving the livability of the Sacramento region. Valley Vision is a key program partner within USDA's Southwest Regional Food Business Center, and she's joining us online. Trish, welcome.
Thank you so much. Oh, go
Trish,
ahead.
it looks like we have screen sharing disabled. If CDFA, if you're able to enable that, I can share a PowerPoint.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Secretary Ross and the board. We're really excited to be here today to provide you with the update of the Southwest Food Business Center, which is actually a 5-year initiative that is paralleled with the program that Lauren just described. And I'm here today with our new center program manager, Tracy Cilio from UC Ag and Natural Resources. So we last reported to you in June of last year when we had just been notified by USDA that our partnership here was going to be awarded the contract or the award to manage the Southwest Food Business Center. You can see the map with our region. So the contract with USDA was finalized in September. So we've spent the last several months getting through a program launch. And so it's a great time today to be able to talk with you, to give you an update of where we are and where the program components are going. And I want to thank especially all the partners or the team at CDFA, starting with the leadership of Secretary Ross and all the various departments. We have designated staff leads for this program, but we've been just working with a whole network of staff across the agency. So it's been really great. Next slide, please, Tracy. So the Southwest Food Business Center is part of a 5-year initiative by USDA, and our region has received $35 million for the program to be distributed over the 4 states. So when you actually think about a 5-year allocation over 4 states, it's not a lot of funding. So a lot of what our focus is going to be is leveraging resources to support the partners. And the RFSI program that Lauren just described is actually part of the initiative resource that USDA is trying to use to support various aspects of the system. So the center is really dedicated to supporting the region's small and mid-tier sized food and ag businesses and support local and regional food sector development initiatives. So one of the goals of USDA is to really help reach and support those businesses that maybe have not been able to access a lot of the resources of USDA and the other agencies. So there's a real capacity building component to this. And so the RFSI is to deal with the mid-range supply of the infrastructure that helps connect the businesses to new market opportunities. So they're very complementary. You can see on the left-hand side, our leadership council is comprised of the lead agencies from each of the 4 states. So they do include departments of agriculture and universities, academic partners, and a few of the states like Arizona, we have a very large non-profit civic partner, Local First Arizona. And then in our region or our state, Valley Vision is playing that networking and partnership role. UCA&R is the grantee, and in California, as you can see, CDFA, UCA&R, and Valley Vision are the core managers. And then Tracy will describe later the vast network of partners that we have across the 4 states, especially in California, because we're a state of many regions. And I did want to note that in addition to really emphasizing and focusing on getting underserved farmers, ranchers, and food producers into these programs that, as Secretary Ross mentioned, in California, we have the new California Jobs First initiative, which is the state's investing in the regional economies of 12 regions across the state. And we, in our region, Valley Vision is we're the manager here and the convener of California Jobs First. And this is a really important alignment across the regions because all of us have food and ag industry clusters. And so this is a very additive process for us. So next slide, please. So in one of the core program areas is coordination, communication, and outreach. And so this is Valley Vision's role to lead this process. So we'll be coordinating across the 4 states with USDA, other state, federal agencies, and tribal agencies in Colonias. That's a big focus of our center. And we've been coordinating with our other partner states on this. And with the Colonias, we'll be partnering also with the Food Business Center in Texas and New Mexico. So we are through this process of communication, outreach. The center is really serving as a hub for best practices and models and relevant resources. So we're really actively promoting events, programs of the agencies. We've had a lot of great discussions and connections through CDFA with a lot of other partner agencies, as well as the state resources. And it's also that we're part of a national network. We have monthly meetings with all of the centers, and we share a lot of information, and we're learning from each other. There's the intention of USDA is to really help reshape the national food system. It's a big investment for them. And it's a big priority of Secretary Vilsack. So the other part of that is just the outreach that we'll be doing through our network of partners on the ground, through CDFA, to underserved communities and businesses. So that's our role. And now I'd like to introduce Tracy and turn it over to her, and she will describe the other aspects of the program.
Trish, thank you so much. Like Trish said, the goal of the USDA Regional Food Business Centers have 3 pillars, and that's coordination, technical assistance, and capacity building. So I'm going to talk about what the center is currently working on around technical assistance and capacity building. The center partners are providing direct assistance to small and mid-sized businesses, and they're focused on market development and business development. The technical assistance delivery modalities can be really flexible depending on the needs of our clientele. Technical assistance can be one-on-one, it can be formal, in-person, virtual, it can be peer-to-peer, it can look like networking, sharing best practices and business navigation through mentorship. It can be really flexible. Over the last several months, we've had partner meetings and we've identified several ways and areas that we want to focus on for technical assistance. And this is not an exhaustive list, but it gives you an idea of some of the things we really want to focus on in the coming months and years. Those areas are contracts and procurement, urban agriculture and food enterprises, seed to table and market, regenerative meat and ranching, specialty crop and food preparation and processing, market and value chain development, organic transition support, and of course, grant opportunities. Like I said, this list is not exhausted, but it's just gives you an idea of what partners are talking about and really prioritizing for the coming months. So capacity building is our next pillar. And by coupling technical assistance with capital through business builder grants and awards, the center is spreading the $4 million across the 4 states through the Regional Food Business Center over the next 5 years. Businesses can request needs for equipment, they can request for staffing or software or other business planning activities that they may have, up to $100,000. There is no match requirement for these awards. We're currently working on the implementation plan, and there's a tentative launch date of fall or winter 2024. In addition, our evaluation team is collecting and collating data so that we can report outcomes and really identify barriers so we can better understand and address the clientele that we serve. So the next slide, this gives you a snapshot of who our current partners are. And you can see that some of these folks you may recognize and others I hope are new to you. But UC A&R strategically chose partners based on expertise, organization size, and the scope of work. And we identified successful programs operating across the state who are doing amazing work in their communities. With the idea that the center can leverage their best practices, their regional understanding, and existing relationships that can therefore benefit across the whole center through our collaborative processes and opportunities to learn from one another. Since launching the center, partners have presented at key conferences, including the Small Farm Conference and the Sustainable Food Summit, and we've added some 23 partnerships over the last 6 months. So how can we continue to collaborate and have opportunities? I think that Trish did a really good job of talking about farm to school partnerships, the RFSI, engagement with colonias and tribal entities. We have met monthly with CDFA to really just learn from one another and talk about opportunities and activities. We're working with the California Farm to School program to support their markets through institutional procurement and strategies. We're really cross-promoting the RFSI opportunities and then the regional food better business grants and opportunities. With our tribal food business center and the Rio Grande Food Business Center, we're really looking at prioritizing and finding opportunities to work with the interregional managers and specialists, as well as the colonias along the border regions. So in closing, I just want to say thank you for having us today. And last year when we presented, we really talked about the vision of the center. I hope that this short presentation has showed you how we've lifted the center, it's operational, and in the coming months and the next time we get to present, we'll be really showcasing the stories and outcomes and how we've been able to really build a more resilient food system for California through the Southwest Food Business Center. So thanks for having us, and we'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Trish and Tracy. Great to have you with us and explaining your program. So I'm just kind of curious, are you relying on your partners to get the word out to the small and medium-sized growers to participate in the program?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do that in a few different ways. So both the partners that producers and farmers may be directly working with, but also through our website that has opportunities and all of the resources within the center.
Yes, and I could mention that several of the organizations that Tracy showed on the slide are sub-grantees of the program itself. So they're receiving funding through that process. And so we do have we're building a network to refer the local businesses to, but we also want to help provide more resources for the partners. And one thing that we're coordinating on with CDFA is they have a network of technical assistance they provide. So how together we can strengthen that network.
Great, thank you. Does the board have questions? Nope. Josh, could you check online for any public comment on this item?
Yes, sir. If you'd like to make public comment on this agenda item, if you could please use your hand icon and I can unmute your line. I'm seeing no public comment at this time.
All right, and anyone from the audience here, you're always welcome to public comment after each item. So, very good. Well, thank you for joining us today. It was really a pleasure to hear what you're doing and the programs. Look forward to the updates as the program really kicks into gear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to move to our next presentation to the board, the Alliance for Renewable Clean Hydrogen Energy Systems. We have which is ARCHES. We have with us Angelina Galavita from ARCHES via Zoom, Tyson Eckerly from the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. Angelina is the CEO of Arches, a public-private partnership to create a sustainable statewide clean hydrogen hub in California and beyond, utilizing local renewable resources to produce hydrogen with the objective to fully decarbonize the regional economy while prioritizing environmental justice, equity, economic leadership, and workforce development. Tyson is the Senior Advisor for the Clean Infrastructure and Mobility at the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. So welcome, good to have you with us.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome,
Wonderful.
welcome to our board meeting today. Good to have
Thank
you.
you. And thank you so much for having me. Do you see the screen? Can everybody see?
Yes, we've got
Screen
your
okay?
first slide up there.
Okay, fantastic. All right, well, it's my pleasure to be here and give an overview of what Arches is, where we are, and what we can possibly do together to benefit the development of clean renewable hydrogen in California and beyond. So the Alliance for Renewable Clean Energy System is a public-private partnership that was created by a very interesting group of founders, which is all of the UCs, so all of the University of California system at the level of the Office of the President, including two of the three national DOE labs, Lawrence Berkeley and Lawrence Livermore, participating together as a united front. The state of California through GoBiz, and as a united front, we have all of our labor partners represented by the state building and construction trades, which is one of the largest trade unions in the nation as well. And we also have community organizations represented and NGOs represented through Renewables 100 as the foundational partnership that was established to create a hydrogen hub in California. The DOE issued a solicitation for a set of hydrogen hubs throughout the nation. They received over 100 proposals. They narrowed down to 39, and California has one hub proposal, which is the Alliance for Clean Renewable Hydrogen Energy Systems, Arches, consisting of the partners that I told you about. We were selected as the initial 39. That was then narrowed down to 14 that were invited for in-person interviews. We participated in that, and then they narrowed that to 7 hubs that were actually assigned throughout the United States. And we're one of the 7. We are the largest for $1.2 billion. We asked for 1.25. They shaved us by a little bit, but that's okay. We're still told that we're their favorite, and this is the best hub, so we have to succeed. And we want to make sure that this is a system that allows us to integrate more renewables into the operations for the grid and the electricity system in California. But more importantly, hydrogen as a fuel, which is technically sunshine in a bottle, allows us to decarbonize areas that we wouldn't be able to decarbonize otherwise, such as shipping, aviation, agriculture, heavy industry, heavy-duty transportation. And we're very excited about that as well. So as I said, Arches is a public-private partnership to create a sustainable statewide renewable clean hydrogen market. We are a green hub. There are hubs that are focused on natural gas as well as nuclear energy that are part of the other network of hubs throughout the United States. But California specifically is a green hydrogen hub focused on renewables. So we do utilize renewable resources, and the objective, as I stated, is to fully decarbonize the regional grid. Right from the very beginning, as we structured Arches, we focused on several priorities: environmental justice, equity, economic leadership, workforce development, hydrogen market viability, and of course, excellence in the technology through our UC partnerships and having the labs participate as well. What is it that makes Arches different from the other hubs as well? Is the fact that we know that there is infrastructure availability in California. We already utilize hydrogen in many industries. We already have a robust pipeline of hydrogens as well. There's industry readiness that is prepared to be a hydrogen off-taker, including our power plants and our electric utility industry. The gas industry, of course, is very interested as well because hydrogen can be transported through pipelines, and there is certainly an interest in that aspect of it. And SoCalGas as well as PG&E are also partners. We have off-taker resilience, large off-takers for hydrogen, including agriculture, with ammonia that can be used in fertilizers. We can be a market catalyst, not only for California being the 5th largest economy in the world, but also, regionally and through a network nationally, ultimately as well. We are focused on community and community development right from the beginning. So we were awarded the hub of the $1.2 billion in September of 2016. And we started the negotiation process with DOE because the negotiations will ultimately result in a cooperative agreement. Right now, before the funding starts to be released and finalized. So we're in the negotiation process right now, going into phase 1, which is the detailed plan. It's a pretty accelerated schedule because DOE wants all the projects in the ground pretty much by 2030 and operational for 2 years before the final phase of the funding is released. So we've got to move on a pretty fast-paced schedule in order to meet the demand of what the DOE would like to see. And this is a project that is not research and development. It's still in the ground. They want proof of concept. The objective is to get the price of hydrogen to $2 a kilogram produced and make sure that it's competitive with diesel. And that's what we're focused on as well. So in order to find out what the ecosystem for hydrogen in California was, ARCHES, before it applied to the DOE, sent out an RFP to find out what projects we have and what projects we're interested in participating. We got, again, over 100 proposals back, out of which we selected 39 tier 1 projects that are fundable with viable off-takers and viable entities that can build them throughout the state, and that actually create an ecosystem, because we wanted to, from the beginning, have an ecosystem that balances supply and demand, so that supply of hydrogen was actually scaled up on a par to meet the growing demand for hydrogen too. But we have 31 projects that are tier 2 projects, again, that are statewide, that can actually slide in and replace the tier 1 projects. They're almost as good as the tier 1 projects, and they're ready to go. So if something happens with a tier 1 project, certainly the tier 2 projects can come in, and that builds resilience and reliability into our system as well. We have over 400 plus original equipment manufacturers, technology providers, and suppliers. What was also interesting about our hub is that we leveraged the $1.2 billion in DOE funding, because with the DOE funding, we've unlocked $11.7 billion in matching funds throughout the state of California in terms of state funds, cash that the companies actually have on hand, private funding, and municipal bond. So that makes our hub very, very viable and very exciting as well. How do we approach it as an ecosystem, and how did we want to make sure that we were successful right from the beginning in terms of the feedstock, in terms of the production, in terms of the distribution of hydrogen, and then the end off-taker focus that ARCHES selected to prioritize. So as I said, in terms of feedstock, it's renewable electricity, so solar, wind, and water, going through electrolysis in terms of the production. We also have some biogenic in terms of municipal waste, in terms of woody biomass, and in terms of wastewater. Woody biomass specifically, we're focusing on fire mitigation from forest management, and then utilizing some carbon capture as well, which drives our carbon intensity numbers quite low, alongside with the electricity, whether it's grid powered or whether it's projects specifically built for the production of hydrogen. With respect to transportation, we could transport hydrogen through trucking, just like you would do with regular diesel. Hopefully those will be fuel cell hydrogen powered trucks that are going to be part of our system. We're looking at small scale buffering storage and pipeline transportation. And in terms of offtake, the largest users that are creditworthy and able to purchase hydrogen now and actually have a mandate for decarbonizing within the 2035, 2040 timeframe, that would be the power sector, because they're transitioning to carbon-free generation. And so having a fuel that's carbon-free, such as hydrogen, is a huge benefit for them, both for peaker plants as well as small-scale distributed generation behind the meter or even in front of the meter. Heavy-duty transportation, trucking, and transit agencies are also prime customers because diesel, in terms of a pollutant, and in terms of a fuel that is really hard to get rid of and decarbonize, this is probably our best market right now that we are focused on to have the biggest bang for the buck. We have over 13 transit agencies participating in ARCHES already. We've actually, in terms of talking with them and visiting them, they love the hydrogen option because it's very similar in terms of operation and fueling to a diesel. It meets all of the specified requirements for performance, and it's easy to do. Same with the ports. They love fuel cell electric equipment because it can carry the heavy loads. It doesn't take as much space, and they're able to operate it. Moreover, they have some power shortages that even they're talking to us and saying, can you put in fuel cells so they can generate electricity that can power some of our battery-powered equipment as well, which is quite fascinating. The projects that we develop, because this is an ecosystem that we wanted to develop, are spread more or less evenly throughout the state, with much of the production in the Central Valley and more of the offtake in Southern and Northern California. So how we're going to develop, as I said, the hub is the 2030, 2032 timeframe, but we are looking out towards 2045, which is California's goal to being carbon neutral and carbon free. And how does hydrogen enable us to integrate more renewables, which it can, and utilize those renewables to make a fuel to decarbonize the areas that we didn't have a path to decarbonizing earlier. So right now in 2032, 2024 timeframe, we're utilizing about 6,800 metric tons per year, mostly in the transportation sector. By 2030, by growing the ecosystem and what we're developing here, we're looking at having the power sector coming in along with the transportation sector and the ports as well starting to play an active role in how we decarbonize. The offtake is going to increase to 190 metric tons per year. So quite a huge increase. And to get us to 2045, where we need to be carbon free, we're going to need to be producing 17 million metric tons per year of hydrogen and deploying it throughout the different sectors, including agriculture. Community benefits are huge for the DOE. They're also very huge for us to make sure that as we grow this ecosystem, the communities benefit. And we see community benefits as, you know, the two sides of the same coin. One, of course, is the environmental and air quality benefits, which all of us want to see as a result of the deployment of hydrogen. But the other side is also the economic development, the huge economic potential that we have, the jobs, the careers, the family sustaining pathways that we see for the communities surrounding these projects. So we'll be charting this in the next few years, and we'll be working together with community liaisons. We'll establish a community benefits monitoring team that actually is going to be tasked with ensuring that community benefits plans are implemented and they are deployed through the communities as well. So we want to make sure that we're developing a hydrogen market aligned with California's community needs and aligned with California's policies and environmental goals as well. That result, we've done something quite unprecedented in terms of making sure that we invest back in the communities where the projects are going to be. So 1% of the project budget for ARCHES, so every ARCHES project is going to allocate 1% of its budgets towards community benefits. And that's going to, again, as I said, be community-directed benefits pathways. We've actually published our community benefits pathways plan on our website already, which has been tremendously successful and very well received. We're going to be developing a workforce development plan that actually integrates education from the high school into the community colleges, into the state schools, into the UCs, and into the training institutes that the unions run to make sure that we have programs that are aligned, programs that are coordinated, and where the certificates actually are valid and standardized, which is something that hasn't happened to date. And we're very excited about working with our community and with our educational partners to do that. So we'll develop the community benefits plans, and of course, we'll measure the result with the community benefits monitoring team as well to ensure that they're successful. And as you can see, I kind of Andy Warhol painting, which is behind me too, because I love it. It's colorful and it's good, but it actually was something that catalyzed our thinking. Because when we started with the Arches hub sites and we overlaid the map of disadvantaged communities, low-income communities, and air pollution, it coincides quite dramatically. And we wanted to measure the impacts and make sure that we have an ability to track the benefits that are going to result as we implement the program. What was really fascinating is that if we build the 39 projects that we have actually been approved by the DOE and we're negotiating of the contracts for right now, the economic value of the decreased health costs and the health benefits are going to be $295 billion per year. So that's year after year of health benefits that we wouldn't have otherwise had. The hub pays for itself. We're going to create over 200,000 new jobs. You're going to have fewer hospitalization, fewer lost works. You're going to have reduction in nitrogen oxide, in sulfur dioxide, in particulate matter, in toxins, in carcinogens. The total investment of that 1% that the projects will bring is $380 million. We're also involved with all communities and especially with tribal communities as well. $150 million of that $380 million is going directly into community benefits programs. We already have community benefits working groups that meet on a very periodic basis. Okay, and for some reason, I'm not able to, okay. And here we go. This is the next side of the coin where we are focused on that 380 million, as I said, 150 going to community benefits programs, 229 million going to workforce development. We have project labor agreements for every project and all of our participants have agreed to a PLA. And as I said, we've got the 200,000 new jobs and we're working with higher education, with trade schools, with high schools, with community schools, and with our state system as well. So very happy to be here. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Yep, if you don't mind, we're going to go ahead and wait till the second presentation and then we'll take questions. If you can stick with us, we appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
No, thank you. Great presentation. Tyson.
Yeah.
Welcome. Good to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks. So, yeah, thank you. So should I jump in?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Let's go.
Angelina Carey, so I'm Tyson Eckerly. I'm a senior advisor for clean infrastructure and mobility at GoBiz, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, which is a mouthful. We're trying to figure out how to rebrand that. But GoBiz Go, we say. And so so I've been working very closely with Angelina. She gave a great overview. I think the main things I would just highlight, and I've sent in some slides, Josh, but I think we've used most of them. There's just a couple, maybe just towards the end, but kind of like the role of agriculture in the system. So there's a few things. So we have the Arches ecosystem and the Arches funding. Yeah, maybe if you just go like, I think like there you go, that's perfect. So kind of building on Angelina. So we have our core set of 39 projects, production and supply. And then if you like, but that's really just a catalyst to kickstart the market. So if you think of the concentric circles, you have the center of the circle is funded by the Department of Energy. And that's kind of that catalytic investment to help. And it's really helped to serve organized stakeholders, balancing supply and demand. There's a lot more that will feed into the ecosystem broadly as you look out into 2045, like from the California Air Resources Board scoping plan, for example, we have to scale up hydrogen 1,700 times from today's volumes to reach carbon neutrality. So there's a huge opportunity to play into the market. And then from an agricultural perspective, you know, we don't have the specific agricultural projects in the federally funded part of Arches Hub, but it will play a huge role going forward in our state's hydrogen economy, which Arches will be, you know, well positioned to help orchestrate. And so a couple of things, you know, from agriculture side, you know, it's really harvesting agricultural waste products and creating hydrogen. So it's, you know, it's RNG, it's the dairies, it's any biomass source, creating that into hydrogen on the one side, and then it's the consumption side as well. And it's utilizing hydrogen powered equipment. There's, you know, unique opportunities to do so. I think, you know, a lot of that comes down to what do you need? What does the ag community need in terms of functionality to get there? And of course, there's not a whole lot of product available on the market yet. But part of the thing we would ask is for you to feed in information into Arches, kind of what you need, and also into the state, you know, what you need, what the agricultural community needs to deliver this. And so when you look at, you know, bringing electricity to a site versus bringing hydrogen to a site, producing hydrogen on site, there's lots of opportunities that start to open up. And so it really it's just levels of engagement, but there will definitely be opportunities to, at the very least, with the agricultural waste. And then I put just, you know, a short schematic here, but, you know, part of what Arches and the beauty of Arches, what we're excited about is the ability to match producers and consumers. And so a lot of it, you know, if you're a potential consumer, you know, it's a big kind of opaque system. Like, how do I get access to hydrogen? And what's the cost? What's the cost structure? Who should I be working with? Those are the types of problems Arches will be set up to help. We're not quite there yet, but it's kind of creating a hydrogen marketplace to bring transparency into pricing and stability and all that type of stuff. And then if you're a producer, same thing. Okay, I have, you know, offtake, I have agricultural waste, I can make hydrogen. Where do I sell it to? It's the same thing. That's Arches is designed, will be designed to play that connective tissue role. And so that's just kind of, you know, it's going to take a little bit of time to evolve, right? If you look at the DOE path times that we have, we'll probably be under a cooperative agreement with the Department of Energy in July. Then there's 12 to 18 months of detailed planning, and then you have detailed permitting, and then it's like really that's when the projects start to be, you know, so probably like 2026, 2027 is when projects start being constructed. All the while in California, we're still pushing out. We have the largest light duty market in the world. We have all the buses that are accelerating in terms of things. They're not waiting for Arches, so to speak, for the federally funded part of Arches. And so there's kind of near term and midterm opportunities. And that all feeds into, Josh, if you want to go to the next slide, thinking from a state perspective, in terms of how do we pull this stuff together? So the $1.2 billion and bringing in, you know, that match that Angelina talked about, that 12 billion, but really like what the proposals that came in to Arches were like $50 billion worth of proposals. And this one's kind of busy and Angelina showed a better version of it, but one of the things the governor asked GoBiz to do is lead a hydrogen market development strategy. And that is making sure that we as state agencies are pulling everybody together, making sure we're aligning across all the verticals and making that from a policy perspective, we are supportive of everything. And so we have a website here too. So we're, you know, in direct communication with Arches. Like I'm our lead. So I have two hats now. I'm a senior advisor at GoBiz, but also the government liaison at Arches, so part of the executive leadership team there as well. And so Angelina and I work, you know, hand in glove together on all this. So the idea here is, you know, you have Arches, it's really implementation focus, getting the market off the ground, creating that hydrogen marketplace, creating opportunities and demystifying the supply and demand side of hydrogen. And the hydrogen market development strategy is kind of that warm blanket, so to speak, at night over the horse, you know, to keep to make sure that we as policymakers and as a you know, business community have all the supportive policies and implementation procedures in place. And then that connects into the infrastructure strike team that the governor kicked off and you know, all the different permitting acceleration tools that we can leverage, and Arches will be very instrumental in that as well. And so those are the main points I wanted to cover in addition to what Angelina was saying.
Yeah, Tyson, that is really amazing to see the goals. And do you see any roadblocks, or where are the issues? I mean, you've been looking at it for quite some time.
Yeah.
Where do you see any of the issues coming up as you progress forward on the plan?
I think the biggest challenge is just bringing down costs in a time that, you know, it's the cost of the system, right? So it's scale, right? So at scale, this looks really, really attractive, right? You can drive down the cost. Our models from Arches, Angelina talked about it, you know, we're cost competitive with diesel in 2030 if everything works as we've modeled it. Now we know in the real world, it's, you know, there's going to be hurdles and challenges along the way. But it's making sure that we have, as a stakeholder community, full commitment to making the market work. I think and I believe we have that, you know, in a strong way. And especially I think that federal funding helps increase that focus and attention on it, but it's a core part of the overarching strategy, like just getting to 2045. But I think if there's one thing that we come down to, it's cost. Yeah.
Correct. No, go ahead.
No, I just want to wrap my head around this because the farming community has some very hard regulatory deadlines that it's facing. Heavy equipment.
Yeah.
They're replacing equipment already. They're going to have to replace it very quickly. That is not an inexpensive venture. And I'm just wondering, how realistic is the availability of the trucks, of the tractors, of the combines, of the, go through the list?
Yeah.
Because
So-
I know we wouldn't go there if we didn't have some pretty good intelligence of what's going to be available and practical for use.
Yes. So I think that's where, so, you know, if you go like class 6 through 8 trucks, for example, that will be available. It's available now. It's growing. And then that, you know, like even like the reefer type of trucks, you know, those are all doable. It's getting into the more of the ag equipment piece of this that you know, it's going to take a little bit more time. But what happens is, you know, as we drive down the cost of fuel cells and all the components, you can start to piece together the other pieces of equipment that's needed. And I think what would be really helpful, because I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the ag community, although I did grow up in the region, but you know, just if we can aggregate, like what, you know, and I know you've worked with Air Resources Board on this, but like, what are the real needs out there? And is there an area that we should target first for hydrogen and fuel cells within the operations of agricultural systems?
Yeah, we can help you with those connections.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, no question. Just, yeah, we need to bring the price even down below current diesel. Would be
Exactly.
fantastic, seriously.
Yeah.
And so, and it's, you know, it's battery, it's fuel cell, and trying to put the best thing and making it, you know, the most cost-effective solution for the operation, you know, that actually meets the demands of that operation.
I'm curious what types of
Right, and can I
biomass.
jump in just a little bit
Please.
on that one too? Because I just had a conversation today with the ports, and the ports are also transitioning to heavy duty equipment that is not off the shelf necessarily for the top loaders and for some of the very, very heavy moving equipment throughout the port. So they're looking at customizing a lot of it, and as Tyson mentioned, maybe swapping out an engine for a fuel cell directly, which makes it much more cost efficient, and it allows them to utilize that technology longer than they otherwise would have. Because I said a lot of that diesel equipment that's towards the end of its life, they basically would transition and sell off to someone else continuing to pollute, which makes them feel bad. But if they're able to swap out that engine with a fuel cell, then they can continue using that equipment and actually reduce emissions even more. So maybe also talking to the ports and creating a partnership, and this might be a good thing for the state to do, Tyson, is to look at what's the heavy duty equipment that could be utilized and how can we accelerate the timelines and have economies of scale, which might be helpful to get that ball moving, because everybody has deadlines and everybody's moving to decarbonizing, and some technologies work better than others. So let's make sure we get it right.
So I just want to add a dash of reality here about the size of farming. There are large scale farms, but the vast majority of farms are not. The vast majority of farms are less than 500 acres. And so their scale of equipment is very different. And the practical application for them, because they are and what have traditionally been high value specialty crops, but I'm starting to condition that have been, because profit margins are squeezed. And so that's where my worry is about. They're under the same mandates. And so I just want to make sure we have that dose of reality that we're going to have to deal with. Thanks.
And my question is, are you working with equipment manufacturers at this point for agriculture?
Yes and no. I think like, so our focus has been, you know, like within the Arches ecosystem, it's been ports, power, and transportation. So class 6 or 8 trucks, and then ports. That's where into the, you know, it's like the top handlers type of things. And so there's that. Our goal has really been to get the market off the ground and the cost of hydrogen down so that end users can actually use that. So I think that we have had conversations in the past, but I think it's that aggregation of demand and economies of scale. And we don't want to sit here and pretend like it's all sunshine
and rainbows, you know, in terms of getting there. So like we want to be realistic about what we can do. And that's, I think, where this helped. Like, okay, what is practical and pragmatic, and how can we implement it in the short term to meet the regulatory pressures, and then, and set us up for success mid and long term.
But also the market signal that California sends is extremely important, as we've seen in terms of the power sector transitioning to 100% capable turbines was something that Arches was actually able to push, because the timeline was maybe 10 years out. And Arches had said that we only want technologies that can be 100% hydrogen capable by 2035. The OEMs responded, and they will have equipment available for us in that time frame. So economies of scale, especially from California, do send a loud and clear message. So again, to the extent that we can aggregate, and for some of the smaller equipment, just like at ports, it may be battery powered. Battery may be a better fix than hydrogen and a better fit for that application. So having kind of an ability to discern what technology fits best where, and for some applications, certainly batteries. For other, hydrogen, they are symbiotic. They're not mutually exclusive. We should just figure out where the best intersection is.
Julia, you had a question?
I'm just curious about the harvesting hydrogen from biomass, like how that process works, and if it can be any agricultural biomass, or if you could elaborate a little more.
Yeah. So we start getting into some interesting, so there's like gasification, pyrolysis, there's lots of different ways to go about doing it. And so one of our programs is that woody biomass. That system, it would be set up to be able to handle ag waste as well. So that's one option. And then, so that's kind of the ag waste, the woody, the kind of feedstock, and I think the system can be optimized, and we can get those companies in to talk to people as well. So right now, their early play was the woody biomass and taking a lot of that forest residue, but you can imagine, there's a lot of different agricultural waste that could fit into that same thing. And then, of course, you have RNG. Like any place you have renewable natural gas capability, you can take one extra step and make hydrogen. Yeah.
Janae?
Going back to the question, and thank you both for the presentation around scaling for agriculture. And I was noticing that either, up near Tehama, you've got this one offtake site. How are those offtake sites being prioritized? And then what's the particular outreach maybe to smaller businesses to drive awareness as they start to think through how they might fit into this plan?
So for the offtake sites, and I'm glad we have Angelina there on the screen, you can kind of see the map, but it's all balance of supply and demand, right? And that's kind of the optimized system for those 39 projects based on like we matched production, like it really just geography. So the closest production goes to that closest offtake is really how we design the system. That will evolve through time and create more opportunities. It's not like if you're not one of those 39 projects or 39 off-takers, you can't get access to the hydrogen. We will create more access and build more, but that's how that system came together. I'm not sure if that helps.
I guess my follow-up question that would be sort of from a timeline perspective, where are you guys thinking in terms of how, I guess, if I'm in Shasta County, how do I start to think through the availability of this for agriculture in the nurseries and the rice farms that are up in that area?
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time, honestly. Like, so like we have offtake in Shasta County through like for trucking, for example. There's also a lot of interest in the commuter buses for, so like, but it will take time to get the distribution network up, and we'll see how stuff happens too. Like even there's talks about offshore wind in Humboldt, and like, do we want to build electric transmission or do we want to do hydrogen, right? And so there's some synergies that will start to evolve through time. I don't want to overpromise, as far as development and stuff, but it's like, hey, if it turns out, wait a minute, it's cheap, I can take advantage of a production tax credit to generate hydrogen on site, that might start adding some new opportunities. And so I don't know if Angelina, if you have any other thoughts you would add, but.
Now, and that's why I brought that slide up, because this is actually the 2030, 2032 goals. Those are firm goals. Those are projects we're negotiating with DOE right now. And we are going to have to meet that production schedule if we're going to secure the $1.2 billion in funding and then unlock the opportunity for 12 billion. So those are pretty firm, and the growth will be visible and of course available to the agricultural community too. We're also working outside of just the Arches Hub with Lancaster and other communities that are focused on agriculture that want to actually start looking into the production of ammonia and production of local fertilizers as well, and working with the local agricultural communities too. So there's going to be development on a multitude of fronts. Hopefully we can accomplish most of them, but the 39 projects and the ones focused on production are something that we are going to be very bullish about and ensure that they do succeed, because we certainly have the offtake in California. And, you know, we have the chicken and the egg question. Even the transit agencies are saying, all we care about is the availability of hydrogen. Price is secondary. Make sure that we have the hydrogen. If we don't produce it in California, we're going to have to import it from outside, and it's not going to be green necessarily. So we want to make sure that we are successful in what we've said we're going to do and what we've planned to do.
We probably should have led with ammonia in a lot of ways, right? That's a tremendous carrier of
Yes.
hydrogen. And like, if we can produce it here, you can make it, you know, green ammonia in state. And that might be even a way to naturally distribute to farms. And it's, you know, it doesn't take a ton of energy to crack ammonia to make hydrogen.
And I'll tell you, we have a customer right now. I had dinner last night with a delegation from Germany, and they're looking at importing a lot of ammonia. And they said they're looking at California as the ammonia producer that will be supplying them. So we certainly have a market that's not only limited to our boundaries.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
It is fascinating.
So Tyson, what about production facilities? Do you see them being large scale, medium, or how does that work?
It's a great question. So the cost, you know, per unit is large scale usually helps bring down the cost per unit. Like, but it depends, right? It's a multi-dimensional problem, right? Do you have access to a pipeline? I mean, part of our thing is developing pipelines or not. We're working on the electricity system. You know, can we create electrolyzer tariff? Like in this is where we get into territory that gets nervous for all the policymakers. But you know, does it make sense to bring electricity to a site to make hydrogen locally or not? You know, is like what are the electricity resources? Is there a pipeline? What's the trucking? So I think it's going to evolve. I think there's not going to be one single answer in terms of the size of production. But so far, most of these are larger scale production and then distribution from there. Like you can aggregate the production, have a liquefier. The liquefying hydrogen allows you to pack a lot more hydrogen on a truck and distribute it farther distances for that work economically.
Do you think there'll be conversions of natural gas pipelines to hydrogen?
It's not.
Well, probably not.
Yeah.
So like rights of way,
They'll
we'll take
remain-
advantage of rights of way. Yeah.
Just doesn't, fuels don't match.
Yeah, there's some blending studies, but we're looking at dedicated pipelines for
So new
hydrogen.
pipelines going in.
New pipelines, yeah, but you can take advantage of the rights of way. So one example is SoCal Gas, their Angeles Link project is not transitioning their existing pipeline network. It's building a new one for hydrogen. That's the proposal.
And are you also looking at where all the solar is going in throughout the San Joaquin Valley?
Yeah.
Being closely connected to the power supply too.
That's often the cheapest way to make it.
Great.
Yeah, and then often using reclaimed water. So not, every chance we can do that, or processed water, some of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Gloria?
Great, thank you. So I'm probably going to ask some simple questions because I'm just trying to understand everything, but it'll be as quick as possible. So these 39 projects are envisioned for the future. They're not currently existing. Is that correct? Am I understanding that right?
For the most part, I think with the caveat being, we do have bus projects, we do have some port projects, we do have truck projects already in the ground and going. And so we're building on top of that.
So some of these that are indicated on the map are actual physical projects that
Not-
are exist
well,
right now or no?
Not really.
Not
I mean, Yes and no. So some of that, like I'm just talking the hydrogen fueling stations, for example. There are existing projects there, but those ones on the map would all be created because of the DOE funding.
Okay, great. That's good to understand. So I'm really curious about your decision not to use the color system to describe the value of the hydrogen, if it's green or not green or whatever. Can you say a little bit more about what you're considering clean hydrogen and just kind of help us understand what's the difference between things that you'll not be using?
Well, so it's all renewable or clean renewable hydrogen. So there's really two sources. It's either biogenic sources, so like it's basically non-fossil, bio-based sources, or renewable electricity powering electrolysis. And so that's electricity plus
Wind and
water.
solar use powering the process
Yeah.
too. Mhm.
And the colors, it's good for like describing. So if there was a color we're committed to, it's green hydrogen. But green hydrogen means different things to different people. Some people think it's only electrolytic hydrogen, which excludes all of the resources that we need from the agricultural community. So we want to be very clear. When we're talking green hydrogen, it's biogenic and electrolysis from renewables. So, but what we're really committed, probably the simplest way, maybe the nerdiest way, is using numbers, right? It's carbon intensity. So the Department of Energy defined, clean hydrogen as 4 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen produced. And that's kind of from the well to the gate. So basically to the point of consumption. Our network on average is below 0, thanks to the carbon capture from the woody biomass projects. Which is pretty impressive. So like the tagline from our thing is like, it's carbon negative hydrogen, basically at the cost of diesel by 2030, which those are pitched to the DOE. So I don't know if that helps, but then the color gradients, it just gets confusing and people have different, they have different things in their head when they're saying it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding and reading things right on your frequently asked questions page.
Oh, yeah.
Also on that page, it goes into a little bit about how you will be open to transitioning natural gas power plants into using hydrogen. Can you say a little bit more about that decision?
Yeah, so maybe Angelina, that's like kind of in her sweet spot. She's also a board member at CAISO and responsible for making sure the lights stay on.
Hi, this is in line with transitioning to 100% renewable energy under SB 100. And so the electric industry has focused on deep decarbonization. And in terms of the power plants, we are going to need some power plants to remain. And the issue was always, do we continue to use gas in perpetuity, or can we displace gas with a carbon-free fuel? And hydrogen gives us that pathway of transitioning those power plants that would remain for reliability and resiliency purposes to a fuel that is carbon-free. And because they're peaker plants and they're not used very often, it was a good off-taker for us, and we certainly have several of the utilities participating in the program in Arches, very bullish and enthusiastic about it, because you have turbines now that are state-of-the-art turbines, which we have moved, able to participate with 100% hydrogen, but more importantly, they're able to participate with a blend. So you can start with gas and transition and put in hydrogen incrementally at the source, at the turbine. We're not blending in pipelines. And when we have 100% available hydrogen for them to operate, they'll be operating on 100% hydrogen as well. So that was a pretty easy decision to make in terms of, hey, if we're going to be transitioning to carbon-free and there's an option to have a carbon-free fuel, sunshine in a bottle, operating in a power plant, why not do it? We have an abundance of renewable energy anyway in California. Actually, we curtail renewable energy at certain times. Tyson did the back of the envelope calculations, which were pretty fascinating. Just the curtailed energy from 2022, which is where we were producing more energy that we could possibly use at that time during the day, would have been enough to produce 30 tons per day of hydrogen if we had been able to soak it up in an electrolysis process. So there's certainly an optimization that hydrogen can play as well. And we didn't make the decision for the power plants to transition. That is the state goal. We're just making it easier for them to do so and giving them another opportunity to have options.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, this really helps me. I come from
Very
a
exciting.
refinery town in Richmond, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
these issues are always really pressing for us, especially you know, wanting to embrace clean hydrogen, wanting that to come into being, and also not wanting to be fooled, you know, by the details. So one last question. I did see, kind of looked into the community benefits section of the frequently asked questions, and I know that it's not totally built out yet and everything, but just to be clear, it sounds like there will be 130 million devoted to community business benefits specific. The other is the 250 for workforce development. And how do you see that? How do you see that process of involving community members if there is a site located in their community? How are you going to make sure that the community knows that it's happening and is involved from the beginning to think through what those community benefits might be?
Yeah.
That's
Angelina, you
an
wanna- yeah, go.
excellent question, and one of our favorites, actually, because
Look at her smile.
and that's why the presentation also focuses on community benefits, because we want to make sure that it's the frontline and the frontline communities that are actually driving the community benefits plan. So as project locations are finalized and the project scope is finalized in phase 1 and 2, we're going to actually already have, as part of our team, a community benefits officer that is part of Arches, and a community benefits team that's going to be dispatched to create an ecosystem surrounding that project with the relevant groups. We're going to do our best. And maybe if you can help us, that would be great. If you can identify others that can help us as we build out the project's map, to be able to reach those frontline communities and start negotiating a community benefits plan with them that is specific to the community and what the community may need. We've heard information that some of them may want to have a legally binding community benefits plan. Some of them, however, are adamantly against a legally binding community benefits plan because they want it to be more flexible and they want it to evolve, and they don't want to be stuck with, okay, this is what we agreed to and this is the only thing we're doing. We're open to whatever the community wants. We just want it to be the best that it can be. Some want educational kindergarten facilities built. Some want a filtration system for water. Some want a park. Some want a kindergarten. So we're going to be working with the individual communities in terms of community benefits and the specific benefits they want to see as a result of working and participating with us on that project. And we do have 150 million available for those programs for the 39 projects. So we're very excited to do that, along with making sure that there's jobs and pathways, whether it's through the high schools or whether it's through training institutes, but the hiring will be zip code based. So again, surrounding the project. And we want to ensure that minority-owned businesses and small businesses also have an opportunity to participate as the project is developed as well. So
Just
all
to
of these
kind of-
elements are going to be working together.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask just a clarifying question? Like, how will the community know that the project is coming? Like, do you have a plan for letting people know that they need to engage? Because I mean, there is no map right now. There's no, you
Right.
know, nothing online. So if I were in a community that may be the host site of one of these projects, how will I know that I need to reach out and engage?
Well, the projects are also going to be participating in that as well. So the projects have also started to do some of the legwork. There'll be engagement through CEQA as well, but separately, Arches, as the project is more defined, will try to reach to leadership, to community groups, to the city councils, through anybody that we can reach out through to make sure that we have the right people in the room. We're certainly going to have open meetings, and we're going to do them on site near the project and try to get the word out as wide as possible.
Sorry about all my questions. This is one of
No,
those
no
topics that I'm
worries. I
really
mean, and if there's-
interested
we
in.
could-
One
yeah.
last question. I'm sorry, I know we need to go. And it has nothing to do with agriculture, but it's a question. So one of the things that I know that folks in our area have been interested in is using hydrogen for heavy trucks like the garbage trucks.
Yeah.
Municipal garbage pickup. Is that something that you're focusing on as a part of some phase of this rollout and development?
Yes.
Most certainly the chassis for the fuel cell trucks will be working on that as well. And I know that Lancaster as a city is very focused on making sure that some of the garbage and waste trucks are decarbonized. And some of the activity can be done with batteries because it's relatively short routes and the loads are not as heavy, but certainly the biggest and the heavier ones are going to have to transition to hydrogen. So we'll again be looking towards the OEMs and towards the potential for replacing the engine with the fuel cell.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
All right, we're going to go to online comments this time. If anybody has go ahead, Josh, you can.
Yes, if you'd like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use your hand on icon and I can unmute your line. I'm seeing no public comment at this time.
Well, I omitted to identify Michelle. Go ahead. We'll let you sneak one in here at the end.
Right, thank you. I hope it's a simple one, but I'm just wondering about the money and it, well, yeah, a part of it just, at first it sounded like a lot, but then we learn about the scope of this and then it doesn't seem maybe like it's that much. So the 1.2 billion from DOE and then the 11.7 in matching funds, is that all in hand? And then I just think about, right, there's a long-term trajectory for this too. And just,
Yeah.
is it sufficient or like, what do you anticipate, in trying to meet these longer term?
So we don't have
goals?
any money from DOE yet.
Okay,
We're negotiating to get to 1.2 billion.
okay,
The state money will be committed in future budgets. It's all in line with what we've spent historically. The private industry they have access to that capital. They're ready to deploy it. That's kind of the most there's some public agencies who have identified their funding as well. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but that catalytic part is the DOE funding. But no, we're confident. And the other part that's really interesting, right? So I think I mentioned that it was $50 billion worth of projects that came in to Arches without a whole lot of effort. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of commercial interest. It's just about matching supply and demand. If you can do that, then the private capital is there. And the other piece that we're paying a lot of attention to is the hydrogen production tax credit. So we just put in, and thank you for your letter as well, Secretary Ross, into the IRS in terms of making sure that we have those federal incentives in place. It's up to $3 per kilogram. And just for context, we're trying to get down to $1 per kilogram the production cost. That's the DOE's target by 2031. So $3 is really big on this and helps get to scale. But so we're in the tens of billions of dollars in the federal hub, and it's kind of the hundreds of billions of dollars in the tax credit.
And the biggest benefit of Arches, and that's where Tyson has been really great as well from a business perspective, is to ensure that there's visibility into the market. And this is a long-term planning. So sending that signal of the availability of funds, not the $1.2 billion, but what it catalyzes, and catalyzing that $12 billion of activity by 2030, and then the additional potential of $50 billion of economic activity just in California. Again, our load is tremendous. So having that transparency, longevity, and consistency long-term, especially then buttoned down by the production tax credit from the IRS, will be an enormous boost for the industry and allow us to transition to carbon-free and, of course, achieve those air quality benefits of $3 billion a year and more just from the 39 projects that we have to ensure that we're successful and that we decarbonize across the board. So it may seem like a lot of money, but going keeping the status quo and moving forward on a fossil-based system is going to be more expensive and more polluting. So it's actually our best and most optimized way to move forward, an efficient way to move forward in a reliable, resilient, and carbon-free ecosystem while we ensure economic development.
No, it's pretty amazing and really, really amazing goals. So you're right.
Achievable, we hope. We're there to make it happen. We're all very excited.
Yeah, it's a real conversion from traditional thinking to a totally new product and and bringing it in and getting it off the ground. It's a pretty impressive.
So Tyson, I definitely want to follow up with you. I
Yeah.
know my staff has been intermittently engaged on this because we don't have energy people on staff, but I really want to make sure that we're here as a partner for outreach to engage the agricultural community,
Yeah.
to see the opportunities that are here. I'm sure you're very familiar with the Beam Circular Initiative, but our next panel of speakers, I think, is a very complimentary step in this direction. And of course, our final speaker of the day is a dairy who's already doing hydrogen, right?
Right.
All right.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for your interest in this.
I'm
Thank
sure
you.
you will be back, both of you, Angelina and Tyson. Great. It's been great to have you and really
right.
enlighten us on where we're heading. So
Well, can I give a homework assignment
Thank you for having us. Yeah.
for you guys? No, in all
Sure.
seriousness, like for the agricultural community, it's just like, kind of, well, what keeps you up at night in terms of getting this going? But then like, is there something like, oh, thank goodness for hydrogen? Like, what is that? Like, what's that kind of end result? You go like, oh, the stress was here and now it's here because we have this solution. Just kind of as you start to think through those, be happy to, because then we can really focus in and, then we can parse out near, mid and long-term strategy.
how much time do you have?
Well, yeah, we'll make it. It's an important, yeah, okay, sounds good. Thank you.
No, really appreciate both of you
Yeah.
joining us today and for your information.
Yeah.
Great presentations. Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, we're going to move on to our next, we're a little behind here today, but a lot of really good questions. We're going to move to the Beam Collaborative. We have Karen Warner with the Beam Collaborative along with Rochelle Antonetti. So I don't know if you're both joining us or.
Can I introduce her?
Well, welcome. Karen is the CEO and founder of the Beam.
Beam Circular.
There you go. An accelerator at the intersection of agriculture, climate, and bioscience that advances regional efforts to scale up climate solutions, generate economic opportunity in disincentivized communities. So welcome. Good to have you with us. Look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, President Cameron and Secretary Ross and board. It's really an honor to be with you all, and I'm so excited about this opportunity. Josh, I have the unpleasant role of being, I think, between people and food, so I want to keep myself honest on time. Should I set a 15-minute goal here to keep us? I will do my best. I might need to skip through some things, but I'd love to use the slides if that's okay. It's really wonderful to connect with you all. My name again is Karen Warner. I was born and raised in the Central Valley. I'm multi-generation Californian. I love California so much, and I love our food and ag communities. And when I think about the communities that surround the food and ag system and the working lands of this state, it brings me a lot of pride. And it also, like many people who grow up in these communities, I'm very cognizant of the deep challenges that our communities have historically faced and continue to face. And do I have control over these, or am I going to have to? Are you sure? Okay. All right. Let's go to the next one. All right. Are you sure? Okay. All right. I might have to do a lot of, bear with me. So anyway, I come with a deep sense of place and community into this work. And Beam Circular was launched just over a year ago. We're based in the North San Joaquin Valley in Modesto, but we really think about our anchor region as the Tri-County North San Joaquin Valley, inclusive of San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced. But we really orient our work around broadly the agricultural communities of California and beyond, and the ways that we can really advance innovation and solutions and partnerships that, as we call it, transform waste into opportunity. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the circular bioeconomy, which is the sector that we're working to accelerate. But the heart of this is really about how do we advance solutions at that intersection of climate and environmental goals with creating more inclusive and vibrant regional economies, all of which are really grounded in a resilient agricultural system. So if you want to move ahead, Josh, that's great. So our work really focuses on scaling up solutions in the circular bioeconomy, which represents the really big scope of technologies and industry activities that leverage biology to create useful products.
So the heart of this is bio-based manufacturing, bioproduction. It leverages biotechnology, but a lot of this is really rooted in many centuries old approaches to creating useful products, for example, through fermentation. So the way that we make cheese and brew beer is putting biology to use, little microbes to create a new valuable product. We're thinking really intentionally about the wide range of feedstocks or sources of biomass that we have across this state, and particularly concentrated in our food and agricultural regions. So we're looking at byproducts and residues ranging from nutshells and hulls to woody biomass to grape and olive pomace. And other byproducts of food manufacturing and food processing, certainly livestock and poultry byproducts, manure, et cetera. There's a lot of biomass, as we know, in our state and especially in our food and ag system. And there's a lot of policy motivation right now to make higher and better and more sustainable uses of these byproducts and residues. So if you think on the left about the wide variety of feedstocks that we have available, there's also a wide and growing, frankly, set of conversion technologies that can transform that material into new products. And one thing that I really like to clarify for folks is that the bio-based production of the current and of the future is not what you might call biomass 1.0 or sort of the historic burning of a lot of these materials to create energy. This is about new manufacturing processes that actually reduce emissions, improve water and air quality, and really transform, again, these materials that can be such critical sources of pollution into valuable products. And on the end product side, you have absolutely enormous and critical opportunities, for example, with hydrogen, such a perfect combination of presentations today. And broadly in the energy space, a sustainable aviation fuel is a really big and important and growing energy of bio-based fuel production. But there are also an incredibly broad range of other product opportunities in the bioeconomy, ranging from chemicals, materials such as bio-based plastics, thinking about the number of things that we wear and use and touch every single day that could be made with a renewable bio-based input, a would-be waste stream, instead of being made with a petrochemical or a toxic chemical and manufacturing process is really exciting. There's a lot here in agricultural inputs as products. So as we transition to more sustainable fertilizers and other soil amendments that support regenerative practices, as well as, again, thinking about use of plastic in the agricultural industry and well beyond. There's also food and nutritional products here in scope for this industry. So this is broad. This is a lot of different types of inputs, a lot of different types of technologies, and a lot of different types of end products. What the bioeconomy really shares is that a lot of these technologies for different types of inputs and outputs are similar. There's similar workforce demands. There's similar supply chain concerns, especially as we think about how do we connect with the sources of this biomass and actually make this feedstock accessible. And there's similar supply chain implications. The circular bioeconomy broadly really arranges with a number of local, state, and federal priorities, from advancing cleaner air and water to food and ag resilience. There's intersections here with California's priorities around wildfire management as we think about woody biomass utilization. This really, BEAM's work came from local inclusive economic development work, prioritizing creation of quality jobs. So how can regions like the Central Valley diversify its industry base in ways that complement and build upon our food and ag legacy, but that bring in new access to higher quality, family sustaining jobs in our communities? And this is an incredibly exciting industry opportunity to do that. If you want to go ahead, Josh, we can move on. I wanted to connect a few dots specifically here in this growing sector of the circular bioeconomy with implications for California agriculture. There's sort of a probably pretty clear and obvious connection here with reduction of emissions from these sources of biomass, which have implications for local water and air quality, as well as our bigger picture, of greenhouse gas emissions from these biomass sources. As we think about the rollout of things like the ban on burning, SB 1383. We need to figure out what are we going to do with all of these, biomass sources that we're trying to divert from landfills and from the water and air. And this is an opportunity to figure out the economically viable solutions for this biomass. This is also an opportunity for the industry to explore new revenue streams, working from waste to co-products. How do we capture as much value from all that we are producing from the earth? With every drop of water we put into a tree, how do we make sure that we aren't just getting a core food product, which is nourishing our families here and around the world, but that we're also getting an input for sustainable, again, materials, energy, and other things that support our economy and our functioning every day. And then finally, I think there are really exciting opportunities here for our agricultural industry to incorporate inputs that are produced through the bioeconomy, again, especially ones that advance soil health goals, regenerative agriculture practices, and things like these alternatives to plastics that really advance a circular model where we're bringing, instead of waste coming out of the system, it's being brought back in. You can move ahead, Josh. Thanks. For time, I think I'm going to move quickly through here other than just to note a couple examples to bring this to life of local innovators, including a local farmer that's producing organic fertilizers and herbicides from sweet potato peels and walnut hulls and shells, as well as a startup called Nut Jobs that is very cool, coming out of the Central Coast and now scaling up production in the Central Valley to create bio-based, fully biodegradable plastic material from almond shells. This is an example of their first product in the market, which is a horticulture nursery pot made entirely from almond shells, which is really exciting. On the global level, this is a tremendously huge and growing and significant economic opportunity that California can and should and must be on the forefront of. This isn't about sort of niche, products and cutlery and a bougie part of Whole Foods. This is really about transforming the entire way that we make everyday things that we purchase and rely on. There are estimates that range depending on how you scope the technologies, from an annual economic impact of $4 to $30 trillion globally in the bioeconomy. And we're really focused, again, not on pharmaceutical and medical applications of biotechnology, but the chemical, industrial, agricultural, and food opportunities that we have in advancing this industry. So this is part of very much, not to get hyperbolic about it, but really think about this as sort of the new industrial revolution, new ways of making everyday things. So let's talk a little bit. You are very instinctive on these forwards. It's perfect. Keep me moving. So California has a really exciting strategic competitive advantage to be the global leaders in the circular bioeconomy. And we are really excited to be able to anchor that global leadership in the Central Valley. California, as you all are aware, leads the nation in agricultural production, but we also lead in manufacturing, especially thanks to our global leadership in food processing and food manufacturing. Stanislaus and Merced counties have the highest concentration of manufacturing activities in California and among the very highest of all counties in the nation. We are also the global leaders in biotechnology. It is not even close. There is by far the highest concentration of biotechnology innovation, workforce, and investment here in California, especially concentrated in the Bay Area, as well as clusters in the Sacramento area and down in San Diego. So we have this incredible, exciting, and unique in the country combination of innovation relevant to the most important technologies in this space, combined with the workforce, the supply chain, and the infrastructure needed for large-scale manufacturing, and the abundance of feedstock or biomass that you need for this industry. I won't touch in depth here unless people have questions, other than to say that there is an abundance of this biomass, and there is an abundance of biomass that does not disrupt our food or other high-value product use. So without touching food, and actually without disrupting animal feed as well, we have millions of tons every single year in our state, and particularly concentrated in our agricultural regions, that can be put to a higher and better use. So what's the challenge? You can move us through my little transition slide there. This industry isn't going to scale up, especially in the way that we want it, and then the places that can most benefit from it without some specific and very timely investment and intervention. If we look globally as well as nationally and in California at the landscape of bio-based production, R&D, basic discovery and science, has far outpaced our ability to scale up production in the marketplace. So if you think of this as a spectrum from lab-based innovation, how can you use an almond shell and turn it into a bio-based plastic? How can you use grape pumice that's left over from winemaking and turn it into a high-value consumer product? That lab-based work is really exciting. We have tons of technology advancement, and we haven't yet broken through where we need to be in commercial scale production because of some really specific barriers to scale that we are really working through being to solve in order to really advance California and the Central Valley's leadership in the bioeconomy. That includes really addressing some shortages of demo scale production capacity. So there is a shortage globally of the literal tanks and facilities and infrastructure that startups need to move from lab or pilot scale to commercial scale. So we are working to invest specifically in that pilot and demonstration scale testbed facility arena because we do not have enough of them in the United States. Europe is lapping us quite a bit in this area, but even globally there is a shortage compared with demand, and that is a barrier to these technologies reaching commercial scale production. We're also addressing workforce needs and tackling key and targeted R&D and innovation requirements, especially in the area of utilizing more diverse feedstocks, which we must do if we're going to be able to utilize waste streams and not be, trying to grow more specific energy crops on more land as the inputs for this industry. We have to be able to use diverse waste streams. So what we're doing about this is launching the Bioeconomy, Agriculture, and Manufacturing Initiative, which you can think of as a portfolio of public-private projects, partnerships, and strategic investments in the infrastructure, in the innovation, in the access to capital and capital connections, as well as the really strong focus on our talent pipeline and workforce development to make sure that these jobs are inclusive and accessible to our local communities, and a variety of cross-cutting efforts that really are about fostering the needed collaboration across sectors and across the value chain in order to scale up these solutions. You can go ahead, Josh. Don't worry, we won't stay on this slide. You can imagine that each of the bullet points in each of these pillars of this portfolio represent a new program, a project, or a partnership, an intervention that is helping to address these barriers to scale and to attract and grow this sector in our region and in our state. You can move ahead. I want to highlight two anchor opportunities and projects for the board today. That was my little timer, but I'll just a couple more minutes here and I'll wrap up. One, we are really excited about developing a global center of excellence for the circular bioeconomy right in the heart of California's heartland. We have completed the initial phase of design for a very significant and unique in the world testbed facility for that, meeting that critical gap in demonstration and pilot scale capacity for advancing these technologies and bio-based production, leveraging our state and regional waste streams. This is a really important and needed project and will really anchor both our regional hub as well as cement California's global leadership in this innovation landscape. If you want to move ahead. Another key opportunity that is advancing this overall ecosystem and effort as a whole is development of what we call a regional innovation engine. We have received support from the National Science Foundation in partnership with UC Merced, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and a really significant coalition of public and private partners to conduct an 18-month design sprint around what this regional ecosystem is going to look like into the future. And we will be competing later this year for a $160 million investment from NSF as an implementation grant into this innovation engine. So we are very live, actively in that planning work, and we are trying to engage as many voices and partners in this planning process as possible. if you want to move ahead, here's a little bit of that collaboration and process. We had an exciting design forum hosted by Modesto Junior College in October and have ongoing activities underway, including, please save the date for a May 22nd community symposium for this collaborative that's going to be hosted at UC Merced to really share the vision that these many diverse partners have come together to form and to move us into the next phase of working toward those implementation dollars and federal investment. Finally, a snapshot on just overall progress and where we're at in advancing this really ambitious and exciting collaborative work. We launched again a year ago, really seeded by Stanislaus County. This work is grounded in a community's vision for its future. This came out of collaboration between local community, business, government, and education to envision what a regional inclusive economy can look like and how we can generate access to these higher quality jobs and more sustainable future for our industries in Stanislaus County and the surrounding region. Stanislaus County seeded this work with a $10 million commitment. And since that time, we've pulled down an additional $5.4 million in federal, state, and private commitments to really seed this work. That includes a really important pilot grant from the California Jobs First program, formerly called SURF. We are so excited to be part of the community and network of projects across the state that are really thinking about community-driven economic development as part of that funding. And if you move, I have a little added note here that this is really what we think of as seed funding for an ambitious portfolio of work. That test bed facility will probably be about a $300 million project. So we're going to be launching in the coming months a more formal public and private capital campaign to build the blended capital stack from multiple different sources that will be necessary to invest in this region and invest in California's leadership in this sector. And a little bit on our partners. We're really, I want to highlight that a huge part of this work involves deep collaboration with the 3 community colleges and the 3 four-year universities, including CSU Stanislaus and UC Merced, as well as University of Pacific, alongside our local government partners, community, labor, industry, inclusive of the food and ag players who are so necessary and central to this work, in addition to the bioeconomy and biotech innovators that are advancing these new technologies. And then we've been incredibly grateful for support from CDFA, from Secretary Ross and her team, alongside a variety of other partners across the state that are thinking about this as we are not only as a really important place-based regional opportunity, but an important opportunity for the state as a whole. And that's my overview. I know we're tight on time, but to the extent that folks would like to connect, I'm happy to answer any questions now, depending on agenda. And either way, Rochelle and I will be staying. Rochelle Antonetti is our Vice President of Food and Ag Innovation and comes from a deep and incredible career in the ag industry. And we're so excited to have her on our team as we continue to build the relationships and the analysis and the connections with the food and ag system that are so central to this work.
Yeah, great presentation. You guys have a lot going on. It's fantastic to see. We'll go ahead and open it up.
I have a quick question. You're in the competition for an NSF grant. Are a lot of people, or have they already narrowed down that field? And does it require match? Does that just be an added point?
Great question. And I have updates even as of yesterday from the National Science Foundation on this. So our $1 million development award was one of 44 development awards awarded across the country last year. Since that time, NSF has actually added to what they would call the development cohort. And so we're now in practical terms competing against 59 projects around the country. This is not going to be a straightforward path. They recently announced an initial cohort of 10 implementation award recipients around the country. So innovation engine projects that were at that implementation phase when they first applied. And those first 10 awards have been announced as of a few weeks ago, and none of them are in California. Frankly, that is important. So this is, we remain very competitive from that perspective, that this region has not been represented yet in this really important NSF program. And we have strong competition. They expect, they haven't made a firm commitment yet because technically funding is still pending congressional decision making, but they expect to award between about 5, maybe up to 10 additional implementation awards in the next round. Absolutely. Matching funds will play a very important role. They were really clear in highlighting with us that in that initial crop of 10 award recipients, that very, very significant state and private dollars were brought to the table as additional capital to come alongside that investment from NSF. Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
All right, we have questions from the board. Janae?
So going back to the demo scale infrastructure needs, is that more on the waste input side or is that on the materials output side?
Oh, great question. Honestly, both. What I was most specifically referring to is on the conversion side. So we are really close partners with Berkeley National Laboratory, and they have a unit in Emeryville called ABPDU. It's a huge long acronym, so don't worry about it. But if you look up Berkeley Lab and ABPDU, you'll find it. And they work with really cutting edge technologies and startups, as well as larger companies that are testing new technologies at that lab and pilot scale. And what happens for those firms who are at that conversion step of making a bio-based product or chemical, when those companies are ready to move from the lab to production, they're often leaving the country because it is really difficult to finance a commercial scale production facility having only demonstrated something at, say, 500 liters of fermentation capacity. It literally gets into tank sizes. And the science here is that the microbes behave differently at different size scale. So if you approve something in a tank that's this big, it doesn't mean it's going to work in a tank that is 500,000 liters in size. And so what's really needed in the industry and what typically the pathway is that these startups and these technologies go access what's called a contract biomanufacturing facility. So a shared facility that's run by an operator that has, equipment, and a startup or a firm can come and use that equipment and often also the workforce to validate their technology at the next level of scale. And they might use that for 2 months or 6 months or a few weeks, depending on what they're doing. And they'll validate that technology in the production process at the next level up, say 25,000 liters in scale. And that enables them to then go get the financing to build a 500,000 liter commercial scale production facility. This is a simplification based on a type of fermentation technology, but the general trend applies that startups can't move straight from the lab typically to commercial scale production because it's too risky. It's too hard to finance. And so they need contract biomanufacturing in the middle. And that's what we're building in the Central Valley. Right now, folks, we're looking really at some of the gold standards for this in Belgium. In particular, has a fantastic facility that I want to highlight, is owned by a nonprofit organization through public-private collaboration with local government and the university system in order to ensure the technologies that are being accelerated are really meeting public benefit priorities, but they are financially self-sustaining. Many of these contract manufacturing facilities are private, for-profit ventures, but there's a way to do this in a way that really, really deeply benefits our social, local, regional, state goals. So maybe more info than you wanted, but the role here is we need a step in between the lab and really, really large scale commercial production. Otherwise, these technologies leave the country or they go to die.
Sorry.
Can
Yeah,
I-
Victoria.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I'm just curious about the plant itself.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's much thinking going into how we can make the plant itself a green building, green operations, and if that's a part of this equation.
Yes, I get very fired up about that. And I really have been using the link. I get very excited about all this. Yes, the goal here is to be a model for zero waste and carbon negative, we hope, right? Production processes. This is about not only the impact that you can have in demonstrating sustainable end of life opportunities for these waste streams, but also the way the manufacturing is happening. So the greening of the manufacturing process itself. And what is really exciting and important is the conceiving of this as a campus and thinking about the complementary activities that have to be co-located. If you think about the circular economy or circular bioeconomy as an ecosystem, it really requires us to think about all of the different waste streams or byproducts that come out of each step in an economic system or process, so that the waste streams from one company can be the inputs for another company, so that you can think about the way that the manufacturing process itself is managing its own wastewater, the energy that's being used to run the manufacturing process. And we're really excited to have true national leaders as our design partners on this, who focus specifically on sustainable bioproduction. And again, we're doing a lot of learning from global models and how you can think about doing this really well and in a circular way. Great question. That's the vision.
It's just super, super cool. And I just want to say one last thing. I just really thank you for pulling out and focusing on waste streams and making that like a real point of focus in your project. I think that's so important.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, congratulations, because it's a fantastic program. As someone who has done science for so many decades myself, I see the scaling up as a major challenge that scientists have, and it's sometimes unfortunate to have great science that never reaches that level. But how do you engage more people? You talk about almond hulls and those bioplastics made out of them. There's a wide variety of plant, fungi, animal bioproducts. How do you engage people from all those different groups, and what do those people need to know to be part of your program?
Oh, I love that question. So California is the most crop diverse state in the country, and we're particularly, focused microcosm of that in the Central Valley. So we have to be talking about diverse waste streams and diverse byproduct opportunities because of that rich diversity of our food and agricultural production. At this moment, the way we're trying to grapple with that is through inviting partnerships that represent many different growers or many different food manufacturers, especially leveraging associations and networks that represent many, many different firms. We are trying to build up our muscle and our capacity. Rochelle is part of that, to do the individual outreach to specific firms and businesses, and making sure that we have small farmers and growers at the table in addition to large scale. Some of the other folks, as examples, include on the, food processing and food manufacturing side, there are such cool and exciting, residue streams that come from the winemaking process, that come from the large scale dairy processing that happens. We talk a lot about at the site of the dairy, dairy digesters that are capturing methane. There's really cool and interesting residues that come on the processing side of dairy as well. And then, vegetable, fresh fruit processing. We've got a lot going on in the Valley. So there's a lot on that processing side, and we're trying to reach those folks through individual large scale firm relationships as well as these associations. On the crop side, again, it's a little bit always trying to build those connections and have additional conversations. We often start with almonds as a use case because of the role of almonds in our state right now, but also, frankly, because of investment dollars in R&D. The Almond Board has invested significantly in byproduct opportunity R&D, biomass utilization. So it's sort of a low-hanging fruit, if you will, at the table. Like, great, we've got some solutions there. Let's advance those. And alongside, let's be talking with our, our other specialty crops and a variety of things. I will just note, I think you mentioned mushrooms. Very cool and interesting science and research in that space that we absolutely consider to be in scope. And to me, I think that because there's such abundance of opportunity on the technology level, we're really committed to investing in advancements and innovation that specifically grapple with this issue of diversity. We don't want the state of the game globally right now is an over-reliance on a few sources of easy sugars. We can't only depend on corn stover and sugarcane and sugar beets and soybean, byproducts to advance a global circular bioeconomy. And so technologies that specifically tackle the challenge of heterogeneous, messy, and diverse waste streams are really important.
Mushrooms, great source of protein that is non-animal, right?
I've been learning about, if you want to get nerdy and I've been learning about solid state fermentation, which is basically mushrooms and the amazing things that you can do. And in some of our market analysis, we actually think that that's a really interesting space where this test bed facility could add unique value. So lots of cool stuff out there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joy.
You mentioned grape pumice.
Yes.
Is there enough? Do we have enough? Is the wine industry engaged?
So I did a tour recently a few weeks back during harvest of we have the largest, winery operations in the world in the Central Valley, I think, as folks famously know. Visually, but also quantitatively and measured, the mountains of grape pomace that are available is really eye-opening and exciting and interesting. Some of that grape pomace right now does go to animal feed. A lot goes to compost. And generally, if you speak with folks if you speak to folks in the industry, generally what we've been hearing is a strong appetite and interest for higher value utilization opportunities. So there is an abundance. There is, and I will note that on the grape side of things, we're interested very much in the grape pomace, especially because of some of the properties of that pomace could be really interesting for a variety of products, and there is an abundance of it. We are also really interested in on impact level in vines. And, folks at CARB, I think, will tell you that when we think about, burn ban rollout and air particulate impact from burning, vines in many ways are a tougher challenge than our orchard waste. We think a lot about the trees, but vines are a tough one, including the practical reality of wires that are wound up in the vines. And so it's really hard to do things other than burn that vine material right now. And so we actually do need some specific interventions to enable the utilization of that particular source of biomass in ways. It's an incredibly huge contributor to air pollution. And so solving for that is important.
I would imagine there's a capture problem for the grape pumice, how to pick it up.
Yes. And maybe what I'll use, yes and no, because of the scale of a lot of our processing operations, the pumice itself is quite centralized. Some of the challenge that you might be referring to in terms of how do you move the stuff, is that kind of what you're getting at? So it's in a location, it's in a big pile at the processing facility, at the winery, wherever kind of the space is. You got the big mountains, they are centralized, which is nice. They're actually not spread out all around a bunch of different fields. They are centralized at the site of processing, which is a good opportunity on a supply chain level. There is a question of then where is the bio-based manufacturing happening? And what does it cost? And what does it look like to move that grape pumice from where it is to where it needs to go next? Right now, most of it gets moved already to its end of life as animal feed or out on the field as compost. So there already is movement happening of that grape pumice. The question is, where is it going to be moved to? And is the location of the bio production facility close enough that where it's going makes sense? And we're actually having really interesting early conversations with folks in this part of the industry around co-location opportunities of some of these processing facilities and equipment. There's enough space and size and scale of some of our larger operations that you could co-locate some of these bio processing facilities on site. And then if not, one of the specific things that we are investing in through BEAM is analysis of the needs for infrastructure, digital and hard infrastructure that support the supply chain and movement of these different sources of biomass. It's a really long answer, but it's a long answer because solving for the supply chain issues is part of growing this sector, because the existence of the biomass is not the same as the ability to use it in these exciting new ways. So more solving to be done there, but I think a lot of really exciting opportunities. And when you have stuff centralized, that's a really great starting point.
Yeah, absolutely. You got somebody else already trucking it into that location.
It's already being trucked in
Yep.
and a lot of it is already being trucked out. It's
Right,
just
true.
where is it being trucked out to?
All right. You want to check online for any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this agenda item, please use your hand icon and I can unmute your line. Seeing no public comment at this time.
Can I say one last thing because I forgot when I was moving quickly through on my slides? I just want to share because it's very timely news for this board that just a couple weeks ago, we were really excited to co-announce the release of a certification of the North San Joaquin Valley as California's first certified bioeconomy development opportunity zone, BDO zone. The BDO zone initiative is a national and globally industry recognized certification process that assesses the risk and the stability of a certain feedstock supply for bio-based production. So we are the very first BDO zone in California and the very first in North America to specifically certify a region for tree crop biomass. And we received a AA rating, which is the highest level rating that has been issued to any region around the country for the stability and the volume and availability of feedstock from tree crops, and specifically nut tree crops in the North San Joaquin Valley. This is a really huge deal for attracting and enabling investment in this region in commercial scale production facilities, and really does us a great service, I think, as a region and a state in demonstrating the opportunity that we have with our regional feedstocks.
Excellent. And really, congratulations. That is quite a feat.
Thank you so much.
Really been a pleasure. You have a really great presentation and look forward to hearing from you in the future too.
Thank you. And
So-
we really welcome ongoing feedback and your ideas as we continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break for lunch. Those of you on the board and those guests we have out the door to the left, and we'll return about 1:15 if that works for you. We'll see you back then. Thank
That's
you.
a long time.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good to have you rejoin us after our lunch break. We've got a really interesting presentation coming up. Renewable energy production and California dairies. We have Steve Shahade from Bar 20 Dairy. Steve Shahade is a third-generation dairy farmer in Fresno County and has 7 other family members. He and seven other family members own Bar 20 Dairy and Larry Shahade Farms. Bar 20 is a 7,000 cow dairy that also farms 5,000 acres in the San Joaquin Valley. Founded in 1953, Bar 20 has evolved with a greater focus on greenhouse gas emission reductions and renewable energy generation. So Steve, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you for inviting me. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to CDFA because I probably wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for CDFA and their assistance in our renewable energy projects. And again, I'd like to just start out, give a little bit of history about our family. I'm married. It'll be 30 years this year to my wife, Amy. I've got 2 children, a daughter who's a senior at Cal Poly studying dairy science, and actually worked at a digester company for an internship with Cal Bio. So, and then I have a son who's an athlete that plays football and wrestles, and we love him because as a dairyman, he drinks 4 gallons of milk a week. So, but as you mentioned, our dairy is owned by family, my brothers, my sister, and my cousins and uncle. And up until last year, my father and I were partners for 30 years, but he passed away. But it all started in the 1940s when my grandfather was working as a soap salesman in the Bay Area. And then one day his soap company got bought out by Safeway. So he was unemployed. And somehow he went from the Bay Area and found a little dairy bottling plant in Fresno that 2 brothers had owned. And so he bought in as a partnership. And so I guess if I can sell soap, I can sell milk. And so he always told us it was the bottom of 12 plants in the area. It was the lowest and small and everything. And so in 1949, he got into the dairy business on the bottling side. And then a few years later, he said, why should I buy my milk from other people? I should start milking some cows. So he started out with a few cows and said, I can control my quality. I don't have to pay a premium. And, you know, as the processing plant grew, you know, pretty soon he needed more cows. So in about 1960, he had a small dairy with about 300-400 cows. And then in 1970, as producers grew, and producers today distributes milk throughout most of California, from the Oregon border, primarily in the Central Valley. So they kept saying, we need more cows. And so in 2005, my father and I helped construct our current dairy, which milks about 7,000 cows. You know, we had 2 smaller dairies and they're gone today, but with efficiency and the times, we wanted to be as efficient as possible. So then we got done with construction in 2005 and said, you know, somebody approached us about doing a methane digester. And so it was 2007, 2008. I think there was about a dozen digesters in the state, and most of them weren't operating because of economic conditions. But I thought, well, gee, if I can reduce my energy use and reduce methane, it sounds like a pretty good thing. So 2007, 2008, we started thinking, okay, let's find out more about digesters. And so I was involved with this group, Dairy Cares, which is a group of processors and dairy farms in California looking for ways to be more sustainable and reduce pollution and help the industry. And so 2008, there was a company called Microgy, which was going to help us build a digester, but unfortunately the economic downturn hit and they went belly up. So we were back to square one. And then over the next couple years, we went through a couple more people that were going to build us these digesters, and it was going to be great and everything, but nothing happened. But in 2013, people, Dairy Cares said, "Hey, why don't you come with us? We'll go look at a digester that actually works." So we drove to Bakersfield, and were introduced to our current partners, California Bioenergy. And so from 2013, we developed a strong relationship. And again, we started in 2007. And like my grandpa always said, he taught us never quit, don't give up, and persevere, and always try to get better in what you do. So 2007, now we're in 2013. Well, a couple of years later, we applied for the CDFA grants for a dairy digester. First time, we're unsuccessful. Well, we're not going to quit. So we tried again, second time, and again, we were unsuccessful. And one of the challenges that we face is we're not near a natural gas pipeline. So we have to do electric because there's no pipeline. We talked to PG&E, we looked at all the logistics, and so we had to do electricity. And so the problem was that the generators create emissions, they're harmful emissions and stuff. So after working with CalBio, we got in touch with a company called Bloom Energy, which constructs fuel cells, which are non-combustible, near zero emission energy producers. And they've got several hundred of these systems around the world, but primarily we're used from natural gas to create microgrid power and energy for big companies like Google and Apple and most of the Fortune 500 companies. So we came up and said, well, what about, they said, we can take this methane, we can clean it up, and we can use it to make power. So in 2018, we became a partnership with them and submitted a grant application for the third time. And they say the third time's a charm, and it must have been because we were successful. And so we said, all right, we got the grant, we've got Bloom Energy, we got CalBio, here we go. But then unfortunately, got everything going, and then of course COVID hits. So another strike. But again, Grandpa said, keep going. So eventually in 2021 on October 4th, we produced clean renewable energy from dairy biogas. And it was the first of its kind. Now, today there's a couple more dairies that are using these Bloom Energy servers to produce electricity. But again, and along the way from 2007, 2015, we said, let's do some solar. We'll keep working on the digester. So we put in 2 megawatts of solar, which produces about 4 million kilowatt hours of power a year and stuff. And so with the solar, we converted all our lighting to LED, and we even put in an electric feeding mixer where we, instead of using diesel, we use electricity to mix the feed for the cows. And of course, today that's green energy that's mixing the feed for the cows. So today we produce more energy than the dairy and the farms use by a couple million kilowatt hours a year, and so, but one thing we found is when we got done with the digester, we still had some extra biogas. And so we were approached by a company that was looking to produce hydrogen with solar, and they wanted to lease about 40 acres of ground to put in solar panels and to produce transportation green hydrogen from the solar. And so we started talking, and I said, well, we've got this dairy biogas, that I think could be a better solution. Why don't we do some dairy biogas, and we'll give you what we have left over, and then the rest you can do with solar. And I said, well, with the biogas, you're producing power day and night, rain or shine. You don't need the sun to come out. And they kind of like that idea. So at the end of last year, they've actually constructed their plant, and we began producing clean renewable hydrogen, a company called H2B2. And it's right up against our dairy. What we did is we go through the digester, We capture the methane, we run it through a cleanup skid, which reduces, eliminates the harmful pollutants and cleans the gas up. And then primary gas goes to the digester or to the fuel cell. And then the excess gas, we constructed a pipeline over to the plant. And what this does is this biogas will go into the generator located at H2B2. And then from there, it creates renewable hydrogen through water and the electricity generated by the biogas and stuff. And so the full facility is going to be probably 30 acres of solar plus the biogas, and they're expected to start full-time deliveries in April of next year. And they're working with local municipalities in our area, you know, some of these buses and some of the municipalities that have got grants and obtained some equipment. But the only problem is every day they're calling me now and saying, we need more hydrogen, we need more hydrogen. And so I guess it's a good problem to have, you know, and so like my grandpa and dad always used to say, try to get a little better every day and don't quit. And so now that we've got the hydrogen, we'll have to look at the next venture. But again, it's been a good journey. Agriculture is getting tougher and tougher, and the dairy business is the days of adding more cows is gone. It's about being more efficient, doing more with less, right? Today, you know, there was 25 million cows in the country in 1950. Today, there's a little over 9 million, but we're producing more milk, 60% more milk with, you know, quite a bit less cows. And so it's just about trying to get a little better every day. And, you know, I'm third generation, my fourth generation kids we all live in the valley here. You know, we have 120 employees and their families that we care about. They're part of our family, and we provide benefits and jobs and health insurance and retirement and all that stuff. And we've got people that have been there over 40 years for us. And so it's all about getting better, and it's for our family and the families that we provide for. And so that's our story, and happy to answer any questions.
Yep, that's pretty amazing story, Steve. That my hat's off to you guys for innovation and where you guys have come. Pretty amazing, especially out by Kerman there.
Yeah.
He's in the middle of, well, you're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere too. We're neighbors, more or less.
And this slide right here was our grand opening ceremony, and Karen attended, and along with a lot of other politicians. And
Just an editorial comment, that was like 5 days before I went to my first COP, which was in Glasgow, which was the week after over 100 countries and subnationals signed the methane reduction pledge. And I could give testimony to what these people had done. And also point out, I think it was the first time I went to a ribbon cutting for a dairy digester where there was a beautiful new BMW SUV out front, because they're a partner and all of this stuff. And I asked my Santa Claus that year for an SUV that was just like that one, and I still haven't gotten it.
Well, you know, hydrogen, still hard to get.
Karen brought up a good point. It wasn't just us. It was a whole team effort. I mean, it wouldn't have happened without CDFA. It wouldn't have happened without CalBio, with Dairy Cares. It took a team of people to get through these challenges that were faced, and you know, our bank too, right? But through the grant, that gave them enough comfort to, you know, because anything new, banks like to look backwards instead of forwards. And so when something's new like that, and today it's my understanding that there's 125 operating digesters in the state of California, and several more under construction. So it's exciting seeing the future and hearing the other presenters today of you know, how we can get better.
Steve, I really appreciated that you were sitting at the back of the room during some of the morning presentations, and the one on hydrogen is a big, hairy, audacious goal. And this may not be a fair question to you, but I'm looking at two guys behind you that are very familiar with your operation and others. Are you so far the only dairy that's involved in hydrogen production? Or are you getting approached by other dairies, or what do you know about that?
As far as I know, this is the first of its kind in the country, or maybe even the world. The people that we're working with, H2B2, is a Spanish company from Spain.
Oh, from Spain.
And they're looking at a few more of these type of deals. But again, I think the biggest challenge for hydrogen that we're hearing is the cost, is getting that cost down and making it more efficient and stuff. And then as far as dairies go, you're gonna be, you got hydrogen and then you get the RNG and the competition probably there for that. But,
Yeah.
You know, it's basic, I mean, I think the whole system's gonna be nine megawatts and they're gonna use very little water. I think it's like 8,000 gallons a day for 9 megawatts of power right now. The
Wow.
first phase, I think they're gonna use maybe 1,000 or 2,000 a day, which is nothing. Then the byproduct is water that, you know, is clean, that just goes right back into the pipe.
Yeah,
That's fascinating.
that's pretty amazing.
I see Neil and Michael are kind of like, you ready for public comment or what's the deal back there?
Can you want to speak into the microphone for the people that are online? Appreciate it.
And I'm Neil Black and I'm with CalBio. And so thank you for having me join Steve and we couldn't have done this without CDFA, Steve and all these other dairy partners. And I believe it's the first hydrogen production coming from dairy methane in the world. And makes complete sense that it's on Steve's dairy and given Steve's innovation and openness to others. And you're looking at how could we do small scale hydrogen generation in electrolysis or SMR with different emerging technologies. And it's great that it's here with CDFA in the state of California in the Central Valley. It's quite an accomplishment. And the economics are very brutal. And so potentially the tax credits and what the federal government is doing in hydrogen really make the economic difference. And so greatly thank you, Secretary Ross, for your leadership on that too, and trying to get the support from the federal government.
So my question is, okay, this is cutting edge. You guys are out in front on the hydrogen production. How long do you think, I mean, you got the tax credits. How long before you see larger production and prices starting to drop? Are you looking at profitability for so many X number of years, or how do you deal with the large scale production that's being forecast?
We're in the early stages. And so all that we're doing right now, the vast majority is we produce RNG and put it into natural gas trucks here in the Central Valley and also some important electricity generation for electric vehicles. But what we're carefully looking at as CARB wants us over time to migrate to the hard to electrify sectors. Hydrogen, of course, is the perfect transition in that. And so right now, the federal government, as discussed earlier, is creating an extraordinary incentive that we're running numbers. Can we make that pencil to be building projects generating hydrogen with the critical other component, who's going to use it? And we can't really build projects ever without having a user for the output. And so that's the critical other piece right now. And the state is also taking major steps to be that initial buyer, as well as other steps to help us give confidence to our investors to put the capital in to place this bet.
No, it's really encouraging and really, I think, we heard today that, that's where we're heading. And, it's really, you have to have a balance between production and demand, and they both have to rise really together. So fascinating.
First of all, congratulations. It's an amazing project and I applaud the initiative for sustainability. Just wanted to add, you're not alone doing this. If you go to Argentina, Adeco Agro in the province of Santa Fe, I think they have a similar operation. It would be, and also with dairy industry, maybe something interesting to look at. And
It'd be fun to reach out to them.
Yes.
Okay? So that's great.
Yes.
We'll look that up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, really very, very interesting. My question is maybe for both of you. are you allowed to, or do you use any substrate in your digester?
Great question. Should I take that? Or do you want to?
I can take it. We do not. Our digester is a dual lined.
Pull that mic around.
Our digester is dual lined and it's a covered lagoon digester, but we are not permitted by the water board to add any substrates or products to increase gas production.
Well, it's too bad, you know, that the water board will let you do that because you know that you'd produce a lot more methane. I mean,
That's exactly right. And in the long run, it's very important too, as with landfill diversion, which will be a great way to prevent methane from escaping from landfills. It's something that as a company, we're looking at long-term because it's lots of very important, careful permitting issues to see what ways we could potentially help as a company with our developing expertise to help on landfill diversion.
And Neil, are you looking at other locations? Are you getting this one up off the ground and getting the bugs out before you move on to additional facilities?
Steve's the real leader with hydrogen. We're out talking to H2B2 very carefully about expansion and some of the other providers. We have, I think this week, 55 operating dairy digesters and very concerned about how to think through hydrogen for the future. And so very excited by our learnings here. And we're spending a great deal of time trying to help create the economics for hydrogen to enable us to build many more dairy digesters.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
So Neil, having heard the presentation from Arches today from both GoBiz and from the partnership itself, have you guys had dialogues with them directly?
We haven't, and so that's why I was here early to learn, and so I could talk to them better in addition to reading all the material online.
Yep, sounds like a great partnership or a technology exchange program.
It'd be great, and some of the companies we on our short list to be speaking to are part of Arches and technology companies.
Chris?
Thank you. Mr. Shahadi, pleasure to meet you. 20-something years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet, I believe, your grandfather. He was already up in age, Larry Shahadi, but he was very formidable. For those who aren't from the Central Valley, Fresno area, legend, yeah, titan of industry, particularly in the Fresno area, meant a lot to a lot of people. So pleasure to meet you, pleasure to understand and know, at least through his vision, that you all have continued to carry on that legacy. So first, I wanted to acknowledge my knowledge of your grandfather, having met him, and what he means to the community and what you guys are continuing to do. So kudos to you all. Second, on the passenger vehicle, the partnership with BMW, how you're developing the energy and supplying it in this partnership. Can you educate me? What's the existing infrastructure through which you're making this energy available, at least right now, exclusively as it reads for BMW vehicles? I'm just not knowledgeable of what that infrastructure is.
Well, how it works is a digester runs through the gas gets cleaned up through the skids and removes the pollutants, and then it goes through the fuel cell. And from the fuel cell, there's non-combustible creation of energy, and through there it ties into the grid, and so it gets net metered into the PG&E system, and then from there, BMW purchases those credits for the 17,000 electric vehicles a year.
I just want to add something that Stephen said earlier, just to build off the family, that he mentioned his daughter who was an intern with us, and she's extraordinary. And she also testified at a CARB hearing about talking about what their dairy is doing as kind of the next generation as she's finishing up at Cal Poly. But Steve would be too modest. She's great.
She keeps me on my toes, and you know, like you talked about my grandfather, he got a million stories. And if you met him, you know, he looked at me when he was 93 and said, "I just can't get by on 3 or 4 hours sleep anymore." You know, I think I was 30. I said, "Me neither." But A lot of good stories, and he was lead by example, do what I do.
You guys have an excellent reputation in the valley, well deserved. Could, we want to make sure we get everybody on the board with their question answered, and then we'll move on to public comment. Okay, thank you. So if we do have other comments from the board. All right. Well, yeah, we will go ahead and open it up for public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Cameron and Secretary Ross, board members. My name is Brian Kaloji. I have a company called Kaloji Corp in Black Swan with several patents in energy carbon management. Some of them dealing with biogas generation from digesters. Specifically, I've been working with the Orange County Sanitation District, which have digesters that produce biogas and run almost 25 megawatts of power. And our solution to them, they were spiking their biogas with natural gas to bring the heating value up. I don't know, do you do that, or do you treat the biogas to get rid of the CO2, which drops the heating value? Is that what you do?
We do that when we inject in the pipeline, but the Bloom fuel cell doesn't require that. It has the CO2 still in it.
Okay, so you're able to keep the heating value, okay, with the biogas. So what most people treat the biogas to remove CO2 or some contaminant that drops the heating value. What our company did was we came up with an invention that doesn't treat the biogas, but instead treats the air that burns the biogas. So they were able to actually not use natural gas because they weren't able to just burn the biogas because it had such a low heating value, too much CO2 in it. So what we did was we, and they fed it air, natural air. So what we did was we enriched the air and captured CO2 and raised the oxygen concentration of the air. So they didn't then have to use natural gas to raise the heating value. And so again, we saved burning natural gas and non-renewable fuel, and they exclusively used biogas only for combustion into the engines, which was purely renewable fuel, simply by using a different oxygen concentration in the air source. So it was a different way. Typically, you guys, the biogas digesters have to spike it with natural gas to get the fuel value up. But this did it without natural gas. So thank you, Chair Cameron.
Thank you. Appreciate that,
And
Brian.
as-
Thank you.
just Please introduce yourself afterwards, because I'll introduce you to our engineers just in case something develops over time, because for the theme of the day, we're all very proud Californians, and the technology is being developed here in our great state.
So I apologize. Most of the, we use membranes to enrich our oxygen, to increase the oxygen concentration out of air. And all of the major membrane manufacturers in the world are in California. And they, in fact, the leading one of the leading conventional air oxygen enrichers is in Pittsburgh, and the other one is in Anaheim. So these guys are all California-based companies. And what we did was we cut the cost of the membrane in half to do direct air capture and carbon enrichment and oxygen enrichment.
Thank you. Yep. You want to check online?
Somebody's telling you gotta go.
No, that my timer. Sorry.
If you'd like to make comments on this agenda item, please use your hand icon and I can unmute your line. Not seeing any public comment at this time.
Great. We're going to go ahead to board discussion.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Steve, thank you. We'll see you down home.
Perfect. I just had, for the board, I had two kind of quick reminders from a staff update. The first is that the statement of economic interest, you all should have been emailed. They are due in April. Please make sure that you submit them by the deadline. There are fines associated for non-compliance. So just remember that Form 700s are due April 2nd, I believe is the date. I also included, I know there were several questions. I do have all the board meeting dates are included in your packet. Again, just a refresher of what we've decided in terms of meeting dates. And that brings us to the next issue, which is our April-May meeting, which is going to be a 2-day meeting. And I've asked Janae and Michelle as board members to kind of work on putting together kind of what that day is going to look like and kind of focus. So I don't know if you have any kind of updates to share with the board or if you have inputs that you need from the board on that.
Well, I do, because the subcommittee actually shifted. So the April-May meeting will take place on the Central Coast down in Santa Cruz, Monterey counties. And Josh will have to walk me through the language of the subcommittee because there's 3 of board members that need to plan, which puts us over the Bagley-Keene limit. So I think we need permission from you all to create a subcommittee that's larger than 2 people.
Let me circle back to that because I may ask you to work on that and it might be easier.
Okay.
But so it'll be Central Coast on April 30th, May 1st. Central Coast.
Oh, be good. You want to turn your mic on? We want to record it.
I did offer my mother and my aunt's cooking services if we would like to have dinner at my mother's house. So, oh my God. They don't know that yet, but they will, but they will now. And they'd be happy to if that is something we can work into the.
Definitely. We're Salinas?
Yes.
Awesome.
Perfect. And did you have a focus yet in terms of what the topics would be? Or an idea?
Yes, but I have only talked to one of the board members. No, I think there's a lot of things for you to see down in the Central Coast with specialty crops, with rotational crops as well. There's some, one of the committee members for regenerative ag happens to have some trials going on down there, as well as different small farmers who have regenerative ag practices in place, as well as those that are certified under ROC. There are some things around just pest management, as well as some of the innovations. And so it was really just to highlight the Central Coast during Central Coast season, because a lot of people like to come to the Central Coast when there's nothing going on. But April and May is a really great time to be down on the Central Coast and see the abundance of the salad bowl of the United States.
Perfect.
I have a lot of confidence in your planning for our upcoming meeting. I know you'll get some good help too, so.
And also as a reminder, this is time for board input onto future agenda items as well. So if you would like something to appear on the agenda for the May-April meeting to be able to be placed on the agenda, make sure you mention that now.
Could I ask for consideration? A field tour and the state board meeting would be a good opportunity to invite the SPM director at DPR.
Very, very good choice. The new SPM director. Yep.
I also serve on the State Coastal Conservancy, and we just awarded $8 million to a fantastic project in Santa Cruz that amazingly brought together environmentalists and agriculture. And it has to do with the retirement of some farmland that's going into becoming wetlands and helping with sea rise mitigation. But it was just so striking to me to see this confluence of ag and the Santa Cruz Land Trust working together. So I just throw that out as a model.
And just a reminder that UC Santa Cruz is one of the newest additions to the Agricultural Experiment Station as part of the UC system and Ag and Natural Resources too.
I think your 2 days are filling up quickly.
And then Bryce was unable to join us today, but he did mention that he was considering doing a subcommittee meeting, water subcommittee meeting on kind of flood mar and recharge perspective, and wanted to see if that was of interest of the board to maybe move before, have a committee meeting before our April, May meeting.
I think so.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Josh, thank you for the board discussion. We are going to open it up for public comment in person and online for items that were not on our agenda today. And please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. So you want to check online, and we'll also check in person here.
If you would like to make public comment for items not on the agenda, please use your hand icon and I will unmute your line. I'm seeing no online public comment at this time.
All right, we'll move to in-person comment.
Thank you, Chair Cameron. Again, it's Brian and Karen, Secretary Ross and board members for this opportunity to speak again. Again, my name is Brian Kaloji with Kaloji Corp, and Energy Carbon Management is my business. And the goal is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2035, beating the governor's executive order requirement by 10 years. He wants the scoping plan by CARB to achieve, again, carbon neutrality. To do that, you need renewable energy won't achieve that. In fact, in the scoping plan by CARB, it clearly states that the only technology that'll achieve true carbon neutrality is direct air capture. So I handed Secretary Ross an article which talks about the types of direct air capture that are being promoted today, and they use carbon capture and sequestration. There's one in Iceland, okay? Unfortunately, it costs $10 trillion to capture the global capacity of carbon that's being emitted to the atmosphere today. So it's obviously not feasible. Besides, it's not green. The governor and actually SCDFA, which you led at one time, Chair Cameron, and under the vision of Secretary Ross, came up with the only solution for direct air capture, and that's to use natural working lands to capture carbon from emission sources of CO2. And actually you can double the biomass, even triple the biomass using technology that's been practiced and researched for over 100 years by USDOE, USDA, and it's now patented by my company that you actually funded with a SWEEP grant, and we installed for we only used 1/4 of the money and built the world's largest capture facility for natural working lands in Kern County. Since then, we've actually done 3 more in almond orchards and cherry orchards, and we're capturing carbon. Okay, what I'm trying to say is natural working lands is a solution that will actually capture all 300 million tons a year of CO2 given the chance, given the funding, and we're using, and we're not using it, we're not paying $1 trillion of tax dollar money. We're actually making $50 billion worth more of agriculture products and biomass that could be used as fuel. And we've a lot of your presentations today dealt with biomass as fuel. Okay, I can see I've run out of time. So I'm just saying you're all on track, Chair Cameron, you and Secretary Ross, you guys are on track. Unfortunately, renewable fuels is not the solution. It's natural working lands, okay, to capture, to biosequester as scope defines a legitimate biosequestration method. So we need to spend more money on that. Please.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. All right, any other public comment at this time?
Good afternoon. Last time I read some letters, I'm not going to read letters that has your personal name on it today. I'll try to be a little bit kinder. Clock going. Okay, I'm here wishing you guys a good afternoon, but it's not a good afternoon for us guys in the dairy business, as many of you know. And we have had to redo our petition again. It got turned down. You guys want to see these letters all signed by dairymen from all over the state. We also get these. We had over a third of them come back like this. We turn to sender because the addresses we get from the state are not good. And when we ask why, which ones are invalidated, they won't tell us which ones are invalidated. So we probably turn the same things in over and over and over again. I don't know why we're doing that. And this will take us another 90 days for this, 90 days to that, 30 days to decide this, another 90 days to decide that, go to the committee. And this is what is happening at all the time, right here. While I stand here, $300 for the first minute, $300 for the second minute, $300 for the third minute, and probably cost me $100 just to get back to my seat. That's what we pay every single day, $300 an hour. It's $433,000 by this time tomorrow will be taken out of our pockets and handed over to 300 people. This does every single day. We'll be hitting $1 billion next year, taken out of our pockets. That's why we get a little grumpy about these things taking forever. She talks about petitions being filled out. She can call, the secretary can call a petition if there's more than 5% people who are disagreeing with the program. And we've had over 800 people in the surveys out of 855. We've turned in over 2,400 different petition signatures signed. We did our own survey and we did our own referendum. We came back with 91% voted to get rid of this program. I don't know what else we have to do, but this is what it is, folks. That's why we're here. That's why I'm upset. I don't enjoy being here. Trust me, we're gonna be doing something else. But we're losing another dairy this week. We're having another auction this Saturday. One a week we're losing. So this is just huge. The losses are being taken by the dairy industry. And this one program here that is not even in the APA, you can call them up yourself. There's no such thing as a program called the QUIP, but they're taking our money. It's not a regulation, period. And we had a judge say that Mr. Gordon doesn't have to surrender his milk. So you the exact words. The QUIP does not require the plaintiff, Craig Gordon, to surrender his milk to the QUIP. So he wrote to the creamery, said, quit taking my milk for the tax. The state wrote back to him, said, that's not what it means. We've been trying to get that clarified now. What does it mean when it says we don't have to surrender our milk? This came from a judge. So again, I'm here just to let you know, I'm going to be here every week until we get our election. All we want is a referendum, one lousy referendum. If we can get that, I'll be done coming to these meetings. That's all we ask. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Thanks for letting me be able to speak. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Craig. Any other public comment? Okay, at this point, we are adjourning our meeting and really want to thank you, board members and the public and presenters today. Excellent meeting. Good to have you all here in person. So look forward to our upcoming meeting. Janae? No,
No pressure.
no pressure there. No, really great having everybody here. Good meeting today. So thank everybody for coming. We'll see you next time.